which was much lower than the 4.5% before the introduction of BSD, i.e., from January to October 2012. Meanwhile, among residential property transactions where buyers are Hong Kong permanent residents, about 97% of the cases involved buyers who did not own any other residential property in Hong Kong, which was significantly higher than the 75% before the introduction of NRSD, i.e. from January to November 2016. These figures illustrate that the demand-side management measures have been effective in reducing short-term speculative activities as well as external and investment demands, and have served the objective of stabilizing the residential property market, which is crucial to the sustainable development of Hong Kong, while according priority to the home ownership needs amidst the prevailing tight housing supply situation. The government has been closely monitoring the private residential market development and would take into account a number of factors, including the pace and magnitude of price changes, transaction volume of residential properties, future supply, economic situations, and outlook, as well as market sentiment. The overall private residential price index in November 2022 remained at a high level despite its retreat in comparison with that at the beginning of 2022. The mortgage-to-income ratio, i.e. the home purchase affordability ratio, remained at an elevated level of 73% in the third quarter of 2022, which is significantly above the long-term average of 49% over the 20-year period from 2002 to 2021, indicating that the overall residential property prices are still at a level beyond general public affordability. In terms of private residential property transactions, the number of monthly average transactions from January 2021 to November 2022 was around 5,100, which was similar to the number of around 5,300 in the 10 years following the introduction of the measures from December 2010 to December 2020. On the supply side, based on the latest estimates, as at end of September 2022, the projected supply of first-hand private residential units in the coming 3 to 4 years stayed at a high level of around 5,000 units, reflecting a stable supply of private residential units. Taking into account the above factors, we consider the current development of the local property market is an orderly adjustment, and we do not see the need to adjust the relevant demand-side management measures at the moment. If the measures are abolished hastily without suitable conditions, such move would be subject to market speculation and may stimulate demand for and even short-term speculation of local residential properties. With regard to the stamp duty concerning redevelopment projects, currently a developer may apply for a refund of BSD and a partial refund of the ad valorem stamp duty paid after the developer has become the owner of the entire lot to be redeveloped and has met one of the following conditions. A, having obtained the consent to commence any foundation work for the lot from the building authority under the buildings ordinance, or B, having demolished or caused to be demolished all buildings existing on the lot and obtain BA's approval in respect of the plans and details of the building works on the lot. This refund mechanism is on the basis of the amount being the difference between the stamp duties computed at the NRSD rate and the Scale 2 rate. This refund mechanism encourages developers to take forward and implement redevelopment projects as soon as possible. We have no intention to adjust the mechanism. The government will monitor closely the market situation and take appropriate action when necessary. Mr. Louis Long. President, before I put my supplementary question, I'd like to refer the Secretary to the Economic Journal. The cooling measures are not the measure to tame the market at the right moment. In terms of the transaction, by comparison with the 10-year after the introduction, the transaction volume is actually similar. In 2022, the transaction volume for the first-hand and second-hand market has dropped by a drastic 40% compared with the previous year, the lowest since 1997. All these cooling measures make it difficult for people to not be able to afford the down payment, despite the fact that they can afford the mortgage repayment if the government doesn't relax or remove the cooling measures. What measures does the government have to help those who can afford the mortgage payment but cannot afford the deposit to get on the housing ladder? Secretary, thanks very much, Mr. Long. We noticed that the transaction volume this year has dropped, but we must be aware that there are headwinds, there are negative factors. We all understand that the global economic situation is unfavorable. We've seen interest rate hikes, and these might continue into the future, but there are also positive factors with the reopening of the boundary, with the economic situation coming back alive. The combination of these factors would certainly generate positive results. If we hastily remove these demand-side management measures or the cooling measures, as they are referred to out there, I think we have to tread carefully. We are looking at an orderly adjustment. We cannot see any drastic slide in the property prices. We do have enough land for the coming 10 years for public housing and also private housing. There will be sufficient supply going forward. As the supply becomes more abundant, people are going to have a healthy situation where they can get on the housing ladder. Question and answered. But have you heard my question? My question is, what specific measures does the government have to help those who can afford the mortgage repayment but cannot afford the down payment to get on the housing ladder? Secretary. Now, these demand-side management measures are precisely intended to guard against any speculative activities. We are allowing people who want to get on the housing ladder to be able to do so. Now, the SSD has been very effective. 97% of the people who acquired property were not property owners themselves in the past year. It is because of these measures that we are able to accord opportunities for people to get on the housing ladder. Mr. Andrew Lam. To tackle speculation by introducing these measures is good in its intention, but we are competing for talents. We're competing for enterprises. I mean, will these cooling measures have any negative effect? My question is, with regard to the housing policies, will the government make or conduct a review in the light of the competition for talents and enterprises and make adjustment accordingly? Secretary. Thank you, President. Thanks very much, Mr. Lam. In terms of enticing talents to Hong Kong in the policy address, we propose that for the talents who come and work in Hong Kong, once they have stayed for 7 years and become permanent residents, they will enjoy the privilege of having the stamp duty refunded. The bill will be introduced to the floor of the Council in Q1 this year. By the time the scheme is up and running, we will be scrutinizing the effectiveness. We have 110,000 people who come to Hong Kong under the talent scheme. How many of them are going to be acquiring property in Hong Kong? It would be hard to assess for the time being. I think we have to collect more data once the scheme is up and running. Mr. Kwok Wai Keung. The starter home scheme, the duty has come into effect in 2022 for $2 billion worth of property. There will be $100 volume duty. It has been going on for 16 years. According to the property index for the second-hand property market, the prices have gone up by doubled compared with 2021 and also 2020. Now, for type A property, 400 square meters or below, this is similar in terms of magnitude. So for the property worth $2 billion, it is really impossible to get. So the entry-level property would be worth $5 million at the minimum. So this volume duty would be $100,000, $200,000. It is as much as one would pay for the fitting out cost. So I think the government's policy has to evolve with the time. Will the government be adjusting this policy and increase the $2 million threshold to $5 million threshold? Secretary, thanks very much for the suggestion. We don't have any intention to make these adjustments for the time being, but we'll certainly take back this suggestion and see whether it is worth pursuing. Mr. Kenneth Lau. President, for property worth $10 million or below, people can apply for 70% of the mortgage, and this is what we call the breathing plan. Now, given the interest rate hike, many people are becoming people of negative equity. Now, there has been an increase of 533 cases of negative equity, a drastic rise in recent years. We are concerned about it. We're going to be repeating the bubble situation back in 1997. What measures does the government have up its sleeve to guard against the possibility of a bubble burst and also a massive surge in negative equities, thus jeopardizing the economic situation? Secretary, now people call these plans as breathing plans, meaning that it is very easy to take out a loan. I think people will have to be very careful of the fine print, and I think we have to look at these in sufficient detail. As to negative equity, we've seen that in 2022 Q2, the number stood at 50 or so. In Q3, and the number shot up to 500 or so. But by comparison with earlier years, like in 2008 with the financial crisis, we had more than 10,000. In 2003, during SARS epidemic, 100,000. Now, given this situation, the negative equity of 500 or so cases doesn't show any sign of a rapid surge. When people take out a mortgage, the banks would be very careful. In 2008, we have revamped the system for property worth below 10 billion. It is 60%. More than 10 billion, it is 50% in terms of mortgage. And there is a very stringent stress test, which will embed the affordability in the light of the interest rate hike, and the mortgage lending would take into account all these factors. So the whole situation is robust and healthy. Mr. Chow Man Kwong, President, from the reply, the administration is merely concerned about the speculative activities. But in March 2021, following the cooling measures, we haven't seen any speculative activities. So for residential properties, will the administration be rolling back the cooling measures, in particular those young people who don't own any property? Shouldn't there be any exemption from the stamp duty in order to cater for the young people's desire to acquire properties? Secretary. Well, like the member said, these measures are indeed able to curb these speculative activities. The statistics that I cited show that all these measures prove to be effective. As to youth acquisition of property, we're also just as concerned. We have the starter home scheme. 85% of the people are actually below the age of 40. Even for HOS, 75% are aged below 40. And we are increasing the land and housing supply, and we are opening up more opportunities like starter home scheme, HOS, and all these would certainly be helpful to the young people who intend to get on the housing ladder. As to whether there should be stamp duty rebate, I think we have to tread carefully with any measures. Are we getting across a message to encourage people to acquire property? As I said, we do have the headwinds, we do have the tailwinds in the market. We don't have intention to do anything suggested.
Question 3, Mr. Stephen Ho. Thank you, President. The government has resumed the collection of levy under the Supplemental Labor Scheme since 2013, whereby employers who are granted approval for importing workers are required to pay a levy of $400 each month in respect of each imported worker. And the levy is for the Employees Retraining Board to augment the provision of training and retraining for local workers. However, quite a number of industry, including chicken farms, fish rafts, fish ponds, and pig farms, who have imported workers, have relayed that although the collection of the levy has been resumed for nearly 10 years, the authorities have not yet been able to train up suitable local manpower for them. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, of the amount of the levy collected by the government from employees in the agriculture and fisheries industry, and the percentage of such amount in the total amount of levy collected, as well as the number of imported workers in the agricultural and fisheries industry, and the percentage of such number and the total number of imported workers in each of the past 5 years, how the authorities use the levy collected to train up local agriculture and fisheries workers, and the number of such workers successfully trained up. Second, given that the authorities have for years failed to assist employers in the agriculture and fisheries industry in training up suitable local workers, of the government's justifications for continuing to collect the levy from employers in the agriculture and fisheries industry, whether it will consider adjusting the policy, including lowering the levy or adjusting the levy on the basis of a percentage of a worker's salary, so as to avoid aggravating the already heavy financial burden on the business of employers in the agriculture and fisheries industry. And third, as some employees in the agriculture and fisheries industry and in other industries have relayed that the government took a long time in the past to process applications for importation of workers, and that it has taken even as long as 1 year since the outbreak of the COVID-19 epidemic for such applications to be approved, making the employers easily become vulnerable to a worker vacuum period of the longest and shortest time required in the past 3 years for employers submitting applications for importation of workers to employers being granted approvals, whether the government will improve the relevant application process. Thank you. Secretary for Labor and Welfare. President, in tandem with the social and economic development of Hong Kong, the government is committed to nurturing local talents of different sectors and enhancing the employability and competitiveness of employees. On the premise of safeguarding the employment priority for local workers, the government allows importation of workers so as to alleviate the shortage of manpower in individual sectors and job categories. As regards the question raised by the member, my reply is as follows. First, it is the government's established policy that employers approved of importing low-skilled workers should contribute towards the fees for training and retraining of the local workforce. In line with this policy, All employers or workers imported under the labor importation schemes designated under the Employees Retraining Ordinance, CAP 423, have been required to pay the Employees Retraining Levy since the commencement of the ordinance in 1992. The levy is transferred to the Employees Retraining Fund administered by the Employees Retraining Board for providing training and retraining to local workers. Since 1996, employers have been allowed to apply for importation of workers at technician level or below under the Supplementary Labor Scheme, the SLS. The SLS is a labor importation scheme designated under the ordinance. In accordance with the ordinance, employers are required to pay the levy amounted to $400 per imported worker per month. The total amount payable by employers is $400 multiplied by the number of months covered by each employment contract up to a maximum of 24 months. According to the statistics provided by the Immigration Department, the amount of the levy collected for the importation of workers in the agriculture and fisheries industry in the past 5 years has been largely stable, with an average of about $6.5 million per year, accounting for about 20% of the total annual amount of the levy. Detailed figures are at Annex 1. ERB has been providing training courses that are market-driven and employment-oriented. In the past 5 years, ERB has not received suggestions to provide courses related to the agriculture and fisheries industry, and no trainees have enrolled in relevant courses. Employers that offer 12 or more vacancies in a particular position which requires special skill sets can apply for ERB's tailor-made program. ERB will provide free recruitment, pre-employment training, and placement follow-up services to relevant employers. As regards SLS, the numbers of imported workers approved for the agriculture and fisheries industry each year during the past 5 years range from 705 to 912, accounting for 15.6% to 25% of the total number of imported workers approved in respective years. Detailed figures can be found at Annex 2. Under SLS, employers of imported workers in any industry should pay the levy in accordance with the law. The arrangement of the levy meets the policy objective of assisting the retraining of local workers. The government currently has no plan to lower the levy or adjust the mode of the levy for employers of particular industries. Third, the time required by the Labor Department for processing each SLS application is affected by various factors. They include whether the applicant employer has provided sufficient information or requested to change the application details during processing, whether special trade tests need to be administered for local job seekers during the 4-week open recruitment period, etc. If the job vacancies involve novel job titles or special skills, LD will need more time to seek advice from relevant bureaus and/or departments, training bodies, professional bodies, etc., for setting the reasonable wages, entry requirements, scope of duties. In recent years, the processing of most SLS applications has taken about 5 months. LD from time to time reviews the implementation of SLS and adopts feasible measures with a view to enhancing the workflow of processing applications. Thank you. Mr. Stephen Ho. Thank you, President. First of all, I'd like to thank the Labor and Welfare Bureau for helping speed up certain applications, but then the application process is still very long. That is why I asked the third part of the question, because we need to streamline the entire application process. In the reply, we see that labor and levy for Agriculture and Fisheries Department actually take up about 1/5 of all levies. So you can see that it's like another punch in our industry. It is really unfair. In the reply, the government said that there are no plans to lower the levy or adjust the mode of the levy of particular industries. By saying that you have no plans to lower the levy, it appears that the government does not care about these unfair treatments. I'm not saying that we do not have responsibility to train people in the industries. But then for an imported worker, you only get around $400 per month for the levy. Do you think that it's fair and that there is no need to review agriculture and fisheries industry, or for these lower skill industry? Do you think that this is unfair to such industries? Secretary, President, we do need to charge a fixed levy per imported worker. We are not targeting the affordability of any employer or industry. Our general principle is that local workers come first. However, for certain industries, there is a need to import workers to alleviate the shortage of labor. We're talking only about $400 as the levy to help train and retrain workers in need. So this is a sort of financial subsidy. We are not looking at particular industries. We are looking at the overall picture, the overall local industry. Mr. Chiu Ka-fai. Thank you, President. I'd like to thank Mr. Stephen Ho for posing this question. We should not only talk about agriculture and fisheries industry. There is a shortage of labor in all industries in Hong Kong. Under these difficult times, you see that about 20% of the shops in Tsim Sha Tsui are actually closed, but the unemployment rate is only 3.75%. The borders are reopening. More people are now coming into Hong Kong, but we still see a shortage of labor. So how are we going to find our labor supply? Well, I hear that you have actually learned from the experience in Singapore. So what measures can you adopt to help us to import more workers into Hong Kong? Secretary. For laborers of technician level or below, we have been adopting the supplementary labor scheme, the SLS, for a period of time. In the policy address in October last year, other than the SLS, the chief executive has also talked about the shortage of local labor and that a consideration of importing workers will be done when there is a huge shortage, such as in the shortage of labor in residential care homes. So there's a quota of about 7,000. And we can actually streamline the process for 7,000 and under. So this is a method we have adopted to try to meet the demand in the market and at the same time to try to let local workers find employment first. Mr. Benson Look. Thank you, President. I'd like to thank Stephen Ho for asking this question. We at the DAP has also requested the review of the SLS to meet the shortage of labor in certain industries. However, it is also equally important to train new blood locally. So it seems that there have not been suggestions to provide courses related to the agriculture and fisheries industry, and no trainees have enrolled in relevant courses. It seems that you're not doing enough for those who are looking into entering the agriculture and fisheries industry. In recent years, I have heard that only family members of those in this industry have entered the industry. And so we really need to do something to help us attract new blood. How can you help us to meet these challenges? Secretary. President, the government hopes to adopt different measures to attract people into various industries. The ERB is one channel. We are willing to provide resources to help train up people. I've already discussed this with Stephen Ho. I understand that the industries face many challenges. I will continue my discussion with him to try to attract local people into the agriculture and fisheries industry. Actually, the pay is not low. However, newcomers must, of course, have a change in mindset and work hard and I hope that we'll be able to attract more people into this industry. Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. Thank you, President. We've heard the reply from the Secretary, and that actually the agriculture and fisheries industry have account for 1/5 of all the total levies. But then no courses have been open in relation to this industry because there have not been any suggestions to provide such courses. Why does the government not take the initiative and to talk to the industry to find ways to attract people to take such courses and then to work in this particular industry? You must not continue with such passive attitude. Secretary, President, thank you for your suggestion. Well, the agriculture and fisheries industry are taking up 20% of the levy shows that we do see a huge number of imported workers in this industry. I'm happy to hear your suggestion. And so in my discussion with Stephen Ho, we will try to come up with more ways to attract people in the industry, and we'll try our best to use our resources wisely to open up more courses in this sector. Mr. Kwok Wai Kang, thank you. Well, the government has received the levy. How come there are no courses provided to this industry? We can actually look at this from another perspective. Well, the government has the resources. You already charged the levy. However, you have not provided training for local workers. You were just sitting there doing nothing. Without making changes to this, we're worried that we will need to import workers in many industries. And once you start doing that, there is no going back. You would see a shortage of job opportunities for local workers as well. How can we rejuvenate the economy and then have the public also reap the benefits of a rising economy? How can we actually improve the situation? Secretary, President, the ERB provides training courses that are market driven and is based on the current needs. As you understand, many young people are not willing to enter industries that need hard labor. We will try our best to provide courses with our resources at the ERB, but this is not something that we can only do on the side of the ERB. Actually, those working in the agriculture and fisheries industry can make quite a good living. But then how do we attract young people to join the industry and not think of it as a low-level job? We really must work together to try to repackage the image of the agriculture and fisheries industry. Mr. Stephen Ho. Well, I should say that the Secretary has not answered my question. Well, although this question is related to the agriculture and fishery sector, I'm also using this opportunity to show the unfairness in the system, and that everyone also needs to take up the responsibility to train up workers in Hong Kong. But at this responsibility, you see that we at the agriculture and fisheries industry is paying 1/5 of all total levy, and yet we are not receiving any courses. That's why I'm asking you, for those in earning 50,000 or 100,000, can actually they also pay up something to help train local workers? We also have to pay this to local domestic helpers. Well, that took up about 1/10 of the salary, and then for our industry, you might need to pay about 16,000 or 20,000 for more professionals in this sector. I'm not talking about salary right now. I'm just talking about the unfairness of the situation. ERB has been providing training courses for those in construction and renovation. Yet we pay the levy and we're not receiving any training or any courses. So you have to answer me directly and not say that you're just going to liaise with me further to see how we can improve the situation. Other low-level technician level jobs also are receiving such unfair treatment, such as those working in RCHEs. Well, you have already asked your question, Secretary. Well, the government provides resources to the ERB, but actually the total levy received is not a high amount. The majority of the courses are paid by the government. The levy only accounts for a very small percentage. Well, let's say $6.5 million and 1/5 from the agriculture and fishery industry. We're only talking about 30 million of levies per year. So it's only a very, very small amount. We, however, need to look at the principle. We want to hire local workers first. When workers have been imported, then a levy should be paid so that when we train up local workers, they are also helping with the provision of workers. Well, Stephen Ho keeps on talking about 1/5 being paid by the agriculture and fisheries industry. In the past, under SLS, the largest number of imported workers work in residential care homes. The ERB expenses are actually paid mostly by the government. The levy only amounts to a very small figure. But since employers are hiring imported workers, then we do think that there is a responsibility on the side of the employer to pay a levy to make a small contribution to the sector.
Question 4, Mr. Benson Look. Thank you, President. It is learned that there are nearly 400,000 Hong Kong residents on the mainland who are mainly in places such as the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area, the Greater Bay Area, GBA, Beijing, and Shanghai. But it has all along been difficult for them to vote in Hong Kong elections. It was until the 2021 Legislative Council general election that the government for the first time made an arrangement to enable Hong Kong electors who were on the mainland to vote at polling stations set up at Hung Yuen Wai, Lo Wu, and Lok Ma Chau Spur Line boundary control points. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, whether it has collected data on the aforesaid arrangement, including the number of people who voted, polling station preferences, peak voting periods, and reasons for electors not being able to go and cast their votes, as well as conducted analysis and studies? If so, of the details and outcome. If not, the reasons for that. 2, whether it has plans to regularize the the aforesaid voting arrangement? If so, of the details. If not, the reasons for that. And 3, whether it has studied if setting up polling stations at more control points and in mainland cities will be subject to restrictions under the Basic Law or relevant ordinances. What are the technical considerations involved? Whether it has discussed with mainland authorities of the setting up of polling stations in mainland cities of the GBA and other mainland cities to facilitate Hong Kong electors to cast their votes. If it has, of the details. If not, reasons for that. Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs. President, the 2021 LegCo election, the Legislative Council General Election, was held on the 19th of December 2021. It is the second major and by far the largest election after the full implementation of the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong under the improved electoral system. The Hong Kong SAR government attached great importance to every electoral arrangement of the 2021 LegCo election with a view to ensuring that the election was conducted in a fair, just, honest, efficient, and user-friendly manner. The successful conduct of the election by the Hong Kong SAR government is of great significance. In previous elections, some registered electors who were in the mainland would return to Hong Kong on the polling day to cast their vote. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, some people were unable to return to Hong Kong in time due to quarantine and isolation measures. In light of such situation, and to facilitate geographical constituencies electors and functional constituency electors who are on the mainland and wish to return to vote in the LegCo election, the Hong Kong SAR government enlisted necessary assistance and support from the relevant mainland authorities and was grateful for the full cooperation rendered to set up temporary polling stations at 3 designated Hong Kong-Shenzhen boundary control points on the Hong Kong side. The Hong Kong SAR government made a special one-off arrangement for electors to return from the mainland to Hong Kong to vote, special arrangement for short. It set up 3 polling stations at boundary control points, BCPs, at Hung Yuen Wai, Lo Wu, and Lok Ma Chau Spur Line. An elector who had pre-registered and fulfilled certain criteria could be exempted from quarantine in order to vote at these designated BCP polling station in Hong Kong before returning directly to the mainland. In response to Mr. Luk's question, our reply is as follows. 1. To ensure the special arrangement of the 2021 LegCo election could be carried out in an orderly manner and to control the pandemic risks effectively, all electors returning to Hong Kong from the mainland to vote must pre-register from the 1st to the 8th of December 2021. There was a quota for the arrangement. The total pre-registration quota for the 3 BCP polling stations was 111,000. Hung Yuen Wai, Liantang, 33,000, Lo Wu, 42,000, and Lok Ma Chau Spur Line, Futian, 36,000. The quota was allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. The number of successfully registered quota was 21,948 Hung Yuen Wai, 6,115 Lo Wu, 7,012, and Lok Ma Chau Spur Line to 8,821. An elector was required to choose a BCP polling station, that is, anyone from the 3 designated polling stations where they would like to vote during the pre-registration. Once confirmed, the elector would be allocated to vote at the chosen polling station on the polling day. The polling hours of these stations were the same as the ordinary polling stations, that is 8:30 in the morning to 10:30 in the evening. An elector had to choose a specified time slot. Each hour was counted as 1 slot on the polling day for voting, so as to facilitate corresponding arrangement and crowd management. The Registration and Electoral Office, REO, has arranged sufficient manpower at each BCP polling station and made full use of the space at these BCPs as operation was suspended at the time, so as to ensure the smooth arrangement and operation of BCP polling stations. The pre-registered and actual number of voters at each BCP polling station is set out at Annex 1. The actual number of voters per hour at the 3 BCP polling stations is at Annex 2. Under the principle of vote secrecy, the REO will not examine and check the information and reasons of pre-registered electors who did not vote at these polling stations. The said special arrangement was a one-off measure. which was the result of consultation and agreement between the Hong Kong SAR government and relevant mainland authorities. As pointed out by the Electoral Affairs Commission in its report on the 2021 LegCo election, whether or not this special arrangement is applicable to future public elections shall depend on the actual circumstances. It is not a general arrangement. The Hong Kong SAR government will consider the applicability of such arrangements to future elections having regard to actual circumstances, such as the necessity for polling stations at BCPs, space available at individual BCPs, crowd control, security considerations, cooperation with the mainland, etc. Prevailing electoral legislation is only applicable to elections held in Hong Kong, and such legislation does not cover election-related work and procedures. For example, setting up polling stations, regulating election-regulated conduct outside Hong Kong. At the time, the 3 BCP polling stations were all located on the Hong Kong side and therefore did not involve the question of extraterritorial voting. As regards the suggestion of setting up polling stations on the mainland, it involves complex legal and actual operational issues. The Hong Kong SAR government needs to consider various factors, including whether there is a need and how to make pre-registration arrangements for voting outside Hong Kong, how to effectively and safely transport ballot papers and ballot boxes to and from polling stations outside Hong Kong, arrangements during the polling count, how to apply relevant electoral election and regulations of Hong Kong when arranging polling count outside Hong Kong, risks involved in the process and how to handle unexpected situations, how to effectively maintain order, how to enforce relevant electoral election, how to devise an appropriate monitoring mechanism to ensure that the credibility of the election will not be undermined as a result, etc. Before making a decision, the Hong Kong SAR government has to deliberate in great detail from the policy and legal operation perspectives, and there should be thorough discussion in society. As these issues would take time to deliberate, the Hong Kong SAR government has no plan to set up polling stations on the mainland for the time being. Mr. Look, thank you, President. Thank you, Secretary, for his reply. I understand that the government has done a lot to enable Hong Kong residents who are on the mainland to vote. But these Hong Kongers have also done a lot too. Say, for example, we've done a lot of work to enable Hong Kong residents to register as voters so that they can participate in elections. As pointed in the Secretary's reply, that there are a number of factors involved in the setting up of polling stations on the mainland. I hope they will continue discussion with mainland authorities. In paragraph 2 of the main reply, it says that in relation to the applicability of these arrangements in the future, it depends on the actual situation. We have vacancies in LegCo. We can see that there will be by-elections. So I would like to ask, what is the progress of negotiation with the mainland in relation to special arrangements? Secretary, we take into account special circumstances of a particular case before we decide whether to set up BCP polling stations. We'll make a decision after having considered the circumstances and the situation. So far, we have not started negotiations with the mainland in relation to the arrangement. If necessary, we will do so. Mr. Teck Chi-yun. Thank you, President. Information shows that there are about hundreds of thousands of voters, Hong Kong voters on the mainland. So we're talking about a considerable number. Their vote will affect the election because they are voters. And they're not just voters, they can stand in elections as well. And if that is the case, they need to forward information to their voters. For certain prospective candidates or parties, it's not easy for them to reach out to Hong Kong voters. So how do you make sure that there is a fair and just election? In relation to voters on the mainland, well, for information of candidates, we make use of a dedicated website to disseminate the information. So voters on the mainland will be able to access the information via the website. And if they want to access such information at polling stations, we, via mainland offices, contact residents on the mainland. And these channels include chambers of commerce, social media. We disseminate information of electoral arrangements at these BCP polling stations. Ms. Carmen Khan, from the Secretary's reply, we understand that yes, it is a special arrangement because at that time, an exemption is required for people to vote because they have to be exempted from quarantine and isolation requirements, and there was abundance negotiation undertaken. We understand that it was a special circumstance and there were restrictions, and these polling stations were situated at border control points. The Secretary talks about complexity of the issue as well as legal issues. Would you consider the feasibility of electronic voting? Secretary, thank you. I thank Ms. Khan for her question. Regarding electronic voting, currently, as I said, Hong Kong is a smart city. We do hope that we have e-service. In terms of voting, of course, we want to introduce e-voting. But for certain segments, say, for example, counting as well as this distribution of ballot papers, we have used electronic ways. E-voting is a direction that we will consider. We already have mature technology, so technicality is not a major issue. What we need to consider is how is to make sure that it will not undermine credibility and authority of elections, and we have to conduct in-depth study into it. We may consider engaging consultants to look into the issue. Thank you. Mr. Shang Hailong, as the Secretary just pointed out, that they may consider e-voting. Well, the I Am Smart system has been in place for a long time. You can sign things, you can ask for digital authorization or authentication for over 200 initiatives. And many things, say for example, opening of accounts can be done via I Am Smart. But I understand that the arrangement is different in different departments or bureaus. Some use it more than others. Unfortunately, the CMAB offers no such e-service. There are a lot of mainland offices under the bureau. So it will be the easiest for them to reach out to the 400,000 voters on the mainland. Do they have a plan to make use of I Am Smart on the mainland in 2023? Mr. Shang, you are only allowed one question. Please sit down. Secretary. In terms of voter registration, we have plans to make it electronic. Members of the public may submit their voter registration form via I Am Smart. In relation to having electronic mode in all different segments, we have to tread very carefully. Regarding other e-services or I Am Smart, as I said, that we would consider electronic approach in different segments, but we have to consider relevant factors as well. Mr. Chen Yong, thank you. And I also thank the Secretary. There was a one-off special arrangement to allow Hong Kong voters on the mainland to vote. It was successful, and it is a very good mechanism. I hope it will continue. A lot of Hong Kong people choose to pursue their career in GBA, especially now that the borders open. In relation to their permanent address in Hong Kong, I would like to ask whether the Bureau will review the situation. We want that to be a restriction that takes away the right to vote on the part of voters on the mainland. Secretary, thank you. In relation to ordinarily resident requirement, it is under Section 28 of the Legislative Council Ordinance. The requirement is ordinarily resident in Hong Kong. The objective is to ensure that candidates elected will be ordinarily resident in Hong Kong who would represent Hong Kong people's interest. Usually the requirement is that there is the main and sole resident in Hong Kong. If someone is absent from Hong Kong for a period of time, as long as they can provide the information on main and sole residents in Hong Kong, that's fine. It doesn't have to be confined to your own property. If you stay at your relatives in Hong Kong, that would be acceptable. As long as the address is mail sent to that address can reach you, that's fine. Hong Kong people who live on the mainland, as long as they can find this address to provide, that would be in order. And it's not easy. And I believe that these people treat Hong Kong as their home, even though they are not staying in Hong Kong for the time being. So far, we don't have any plans to change this policy and legislative requirement. Our purpose is to ensure that legislative return will represent the interest of Hong Kong people. Mr. Dominic Lee. Mr. Kisson Ng. Mr. Johnny Ng. Would you consider setting up polling stations at mainland offices? Or would you consider allowing voting by mail? Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Ng for his question. As I said, setting up polling stations on the mainland involves complex legislative and legal operational issues. We have to give it full consideration. In relation to voting by mail, again, it involves a lot of uncertainties. Say, for example, whether the voter is under the influence of others, whether the ballot paper mail will be lost in the process. We have considered similar arrangements in other places. We realize that it draws a lot of controversies. So far, we have not given it thoughts in detail. If need be, of course, we will give it further consideration, but we have no such plans at the moment. Mr. Lam Chun Sing, thank you. Of course, I hope that the government will continue to look into arrangements to allow Hong Kong voters on the mainland to vote. Before that happens, Can the special arrangement of voting at BCP polling stations be extended? Say, for example, polling hours starting at 7 o'clock, or allowing voting at BCP polling stations at the weekends so that people who live far away can travel to cast their vote. This gives more flexibility to voters. Secretary, as I've said, there are many things to be considered in relation to voting on the mainland. In relation to BCP polling stations, we have to take into the actual situation when there is a need. Regarding polling hours, there are many different views. Some ask for longer hours, whereas others ask for shorter hours. We will make appropriate arrangements. On one hand, we would like to ensure that there is sufficient time for voters to vote. But if polling hours are too long, it will be an undue burden on candidates and voters.
Question 5, the Honorable Duncan Chiu. Thank you. My question relates to the Leave Home Safe app. In the light of the development of COVID-19 epidemic, the government has announced that with effect from the 14th of December last year, the lifting of the requirement for members of the public to scan the Leave Home Safe venue QR code when entering premises, and that premises operators are no longer required to display LHS venue QR codes. In this connection, will the government inform this council? One, given that the government has reiterated for many times that the main functions of the LHS mobile app are to help members of the public identify high-risk activities and facilitate contact tracing, whether the government will provide relevant data, including the number of downloads by members of the public, the number of times which high-risk activities were identified, and the number of cases in which contact tracing was facilitated, etc., so as to demonstrate the actual benefits of the mobile app from its launch in November 2020 to 13th of December 2022, and whether the government has comprehensively reviewed if the mobile app can achieve the target benefits originally expected by the government. 2, of the amount of information and data assessed and used through the LHS mobile app so far and the mechanism for subsequent processing of such information data. And 3, of the future arrangements for the LHS mobile app, including whether it will be permanently removed or merged with other government applications such as IM Smart, and the details of the relevant arrangements, such as the estimated manpower to be involved in operation and system maintenance, the handling of information data already used, the estimated operating expenditure, the function changes, and the implementation timetable. Thank you. Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry. President, the government adopts a multi-pronged approach and in implementing an adjustment of anti-epidemic policies and measures have a regard to the latest development of the COVID-19 epidemic. It has also proactively uses different innovative technology solutions to make these effects more effective. My consolidated reply to the questions raised by Mr. Duncan Chiu is as follows. The government launched a Leave Home Safe mobile app in November 2022 to provide members of the public with a convenient digital tool for recording the time of their visits to different venues during the epidemic. The mobile app will also send exposure notifications to users who have visited a venue where a confirmed patient has also visited at about the same time, and remind users to undergo testing in accordance with the requirements stipulated in the compulsory testing notices. In the unfortunate event of being contracted, the user's visit records stored in the app can assist the Center for Health Protection to conduct epidemiological investigations and contact tracing. It can help cut the transmission chains in the community. The design of the Leave Home Safe mobile app follows the principle of privacy protection. Users can use the app readily without the need to register any personal information. Users' visit records and their vaccine pass are encrypted and stored in the mobile phone of the mobile phones will not be stored in any government or other systems. Visit records stored in users' mobile app will be erased automatically after 31 days. For confirmed patients, in accordance with CAP 599D, Prevention and Control of Disease Disclosure of Information Regulation, they have a duty to submit their visit records to the Center for Health Protection for the purpose of epidemiological investigations. The visit records will be treated as the records for epidemiological investigations, and the retention arrangement of such is the same as the records used in other epidemiological investigations conducted by the Department of Health. Taking into account the views of the public and the industry, as well as the latest development of the anti-epidemic policies in Hong Kong, we've been continuously enhancing the Reform Safe mobile app. Over the past 2 years or so, we've rolled out over 40 versions to tie with the government's anti-epidemic measures prevailing at different stages. Last year, to tie in with the vaccine pass arrangement implemented in February, we rolled out an enhanced version to enable citizens to store their vaccine pass in the app. In August the same year, we further enhanced the vaccine pass function in the app with the addition of red amber code to differentiate persons with higher transmission risks to support the latest isolation and quarantine policies. In order to facilitate citizens' registration for testing and to save queuing time on site for registration, a testing registration code function was added to the Reform Safe app in September last year. Members of the public could opt to store the user-designated QR code generated with pre-filled personal information. The process of on-site registration can be simplified by presenting the QR code for scanning at the testing points. Moreover, to tie in with the new policy of lowering the applicable age of vaccine pass to 5 and other related arrangements effective in the same month, we release a new version of Reform Safe swiftly to allow users to concurrently store vaccine passes of up to 8 accompanied persons who were exempted from using Reform Safe. It could facilitate users to present their vaccine pass on entry to restaurants and designated premises. In October, another new version of Reform Safe was released to simplify the self-declaration procedure. Confirmed cases with red code could conduct self-declaration with one click to complete isolation procedures, and the vaccine pass will be automatically reverted to blue. The Reform Safe app has assisted the government in implementing precise epidemic strategies in the past 2 years and was an important digital platform for fighting the epidemic in Hong Kong. As of December 2022, the number of downloads of Reform Safe has exceeded 9.5 million, with the support of over 140,000 public and private venues. More than 30,000 exposure notifications have been released through the app, and more than 500,000 citizens have undergone testing in community testing centers upon receipt of the exposure notifications. The Red Amber Code initiative have made more than 2.2 billion matchings, and more than 3 million code conversions have been performed. The government announced the lifting of requirements to scan venue QR code, vaccine pass, red, amber code, etc. in December 2022, alongside with the gradual lifting of various anti-epidemic measures. Lives in Hong Kong have gradually resumed normalcy in an orderly manner. Reform Safe has successfully run its course and will not be further updated. If members of the public want to use particular functions of the mobile app, such as testing registration code, they may keep the app in their mobile phones. The Office of the Government Chief Information Officer have also received instruction from the Department of Health and completed the deletion of all visit records in the system previously uploaded from Reform Safe of confirmed cases. The related system has ceased operation. We're grateful to members of the public, venue operators, and industry for being so supportive to Reform Safe and their efforts to contribute to Hong Kong's anti-epidemic work over the past 2 years. Looking forward, we will proactively promote and enhance the I Am Smart mobile app for providing a one-stop personalized digital services platform, which enables users to access government online services at ease. We aim to turn all government services online in 2 years and fully adopt IM Smart within 3 years so as to realize the target of single portal for online government services. Mr. Duncan Chiu. Thank you, President. Thank you for your reply. President, I understand that Reform Safe has now suspended operation and we don't have to use the app anymore. But as a representative from the INT sector, now we've spent $9.5 million on this, and I think it has been widely used by the public, and it's a pity that it will not be used anymore. Before the phasing out of the app, I'd like to know whether you have discussed with other departments. Is there any possibility of using the app for other purposes? Thank you. Secretary. Now we have stopped using Reform Safe. That represents the end of an era. We very much hope that we can all look forward. Now, many of the platforms and functions on Reform Safe have been transferred to IM Smart. For instance, testing codes, vaccine pass, vaccination records, etc. They can be found in IM Smart. So we will fully promote IM Smart, which is an even more powerful smart platform. Through this platform, I'm sure we can more effectively help the public in many different ways. Mr. Yang Wing-kit. Now, Reform Safe covered over 90% of the population and is one of the most successful and important mobile app launched by the government so far. It was announced by the government that Reform Safe has run its course, and I find it regrettable. The government will fully promote IM Smart as an important platform. In fact, this is a very inconvenient platform. It's difficult to register, and I'd like to know whether the government will consider turning Reform Safe an integrated platform to provide different kinds of government services, covering all those mentioned by the Secretary just now. So to follow the practice of the Guangdong province. Now, because we have vaccination records in Reform Safe with personal information, it can be used for verification, and we can use the app to access different government online services. Will the government turn this to an important platform, given that 90% of the population has got Reform Safe and IM Smart hasn't reached that level of coverage? Now there will be 1.7 million users under IM Smart. We have got 6.7 million people over 11 years old in Hong Kong, and over 25% of this group has got IM Smart. Now, whether we talk about Singapore or other places, Hong Kong is the fastest to have over 1 million registered users. Within a month, we have got over 1 million registered users of IM Smart. Our plan is that in 2 years' time, we will turn all government services online, and within 3 years, we'll realize the target of single portal for online government services. That is our target. As more government services are available online, the users of IM Smart will increase correspondingly. As regards the registration of IM Smart and the associated difficulties, now we will improve that. Now we require an ID card because we have the anti-forgery features in our ID card. and you have to take a photo of yourself in a specified way to ensure that it is a real image of the user. And there are over 160 points for registration of IM Smart. We will provide more services to make it more convenient for registration. OGL is considering, without affecting the safety and reliability of IM Smart, to streamline the registration process. Now, you can imagine that IM Smart is even more powerful, providing a full range of digital services so that Hong Kong can really be a smart city. Thank you. Mr. Yang Wing-kit, thank you. As the pace of resuming normalcy increases, we no longer need to use the vaccine pass or vaccination record in LiFoMSafe. This is something to be happy with. But then people have to make bookings for quarantine-free travel to the mainland, and they need to do health declaration. I've heard that many members of the public, the elderly in particular, are not very familiar with the procedures. Since we have so many downloads of LiFoMSafe and we're so used to it, can we use it as a transitioning app so that while we adjust and enhance our anti-epidemic measures, we can provide more information to the public? Now, functions in LiFoMSafe, such as vaccination records and testing registration code, etc., all these functions can be found in IM Smart. We have stopped updating of LiFoMSafe, but it has not been removed from the App Store. So if you so wish, you can keep your LiFoMSafe mobile app and you can use it if you so wish. So we've heard members' views that given that there are 9.5 million downloads of LiFoMSafe, and it's a pity if we stop using it. This goes to show that our colleagues have taken on board your comments and keep improving the app. We hope that in future, IM Smart will have the same level of recognition in the community, and we want it to be better and simpler to use in the future. Mr. Chen Xiu-hong. Thank you, President. The Secretary said that the LiFoMSafe app has successfully served its historical mission and the app will not be further updated. But what is baffling is the Secretary said that if members would like to use individual functions of the mobile app, such as the testing registration code, they may choose to keep the app. But I'd like to know problems associated with keeping the app. If OGL stop updating the app, who will provide the necessary support, such as cybersecurity? Providing support is costly. So will you consider migrating all these functions to another platform? Secretary. First, LiFoMSafe will keep some functions such as the testing registration code, etc. They have all gone through security verification, so it's perfectly used to save it. I agree with you that if we continue to provide backup services, well, it's costly, but members of the public can continue to use mobile app or a new platform in IM Smart. Indeed, transition takes time. In the long run, LiFoMSafe will phase out because we have a more effective platform to serve the public. Professor William Wong. Now, it's mentioned in the policy address that we should build Hong Kong into a smart city to enhance the quality of life of Hong Kong people. It is planned that by the end of 2025, the government will use IM Smart to provide single portal for online government services. Now, There are 1.6 million registered users of Iron Smart only. It is not really popular enough. And according to the Secretary, there are 9.5 million downloads of Lithium Safe. And according to our survey, there are about 5 million users of Lithium Safe. Is in fact more popular than I'm Smart. If I'm Smart can use users' information of Lithium Safe, that will greatly enhance the popularity of I'm Smart. However, for the sake of privacy protection, will the government consider asking users of Lithium Safe to opt in to migrate their information, their personal information to I'm Smart, so that you can easily increase the number of users of I'm Smart, and then you can enhance the your plan to realize single portal for online government services. Secretary, now I'm Smart and Lithium Safe have different target users. Lithium Safe was introduced at exceptional times. It was a mobile app launched in a very speedy manner. There are objective requirements for using Lithium Safe, and therefore the number of users grew quickly. Lithium Safe's coverage and functions cannot be compared with I'm Smart in the future. As we have more government online services, more public and private organizations use online services, with more businesses available, then I'm sure more and more people will use I'm Smart. The government has got over 230 items of government services available on I'm Smart. We're going to launch more services, and we will step up publicity to educate the public on how to use I'm Smart for a daily business. Mr. Holden Chow, indeed, Lithium Safe has run this course, but it's really regrettable because there were 9.5 million downloads. Many people were using Lithium Safe. So can we migrate some of the functions to I'm Smart? And we can use that function for issuing notifications and disseminating information to the public. So will the Secretary consider this? Indeed, Lithium Safe as a whole has completed his historical mission, but for some of the functions, such as dissemination of information, can we use it? At least we can use it to disseminate information to the public. Can we make good use of this function? Secretary, the use of Lithium Safe provides valuable experience for using similar app for specific purposes. So when the need arises, we can launch a similar app very quickly, such as the booking system for quarantine-free travel. We're able to launch a system very quickly.
規劃及
Last question seeking an oral reply. Mr. Dominic Lee, regarding planning and management of recreational facilities under the LCSD, Leisure and Cultural Services Department, will the government inform this council? One, as many members of the public have relayed that the LCSD's outdoor play equipment is insufficient and the design is monotonous, whether the department will consider introducing more types of play equipment and incorporate various themes for users to acquire different knowledge while playing. If so, the details, if not for the reasons for that. Two, that it is learned that smart electronic payment means, such as payment by Octopus, are still not yet available at a considerable number of smart venues under LCSD. While there are already smart parks and 5G parks on the mainland, then the competition on smart park creation was also held in Hong Kong in 2021. Whether LCSD will, by drawing reference from the practices on the mainland and the said competition, introduce smart parks to enhance the functions of play equipment and implement electronic payment at its fee charging recreational facilities. If so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. And three, as it has been reported that when an inter-school football match held earlier at the pitch under LCSD had not yet come to an end, the automatic sprinkler system at the pitch was suddenly activated, and this incident has called into question LCSD's standard of facility management, whether LCSD has formulated working guidelines in the light of the incident to avoid the recurrence. It will solve the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. The Leisure and Cultural Services Department, LCSD, provides various kinds of recreation and sports facilities such as indoor sports centers, outdoor pitches and courts, fitness equipment and children's playgrounds, etc. Regarding outdoor children's playgrounds, we endeavor to provide diversified, innovative and fun play spaces for children to enjoy playing, develop their mind and body, as well as promote their interaction with one another. We actively engage in the application of different smart technologies to enhance the daily management and maintenance of parks, as well as enrich the experience and enhance the pleasure of the users of park facilities. My reply to the questions raised by Mr. Lee is as follows. At present, the LCSD manages about 670 venues that offer outdoor children's playgrounds. Over the past 3 years, the LCSD provided a total of 26 additional children's playgrounds, and another 12 will be provided in the next 3 years. The LCSD will continue to identify suitable sites to provide more safe, fun, and popular play facilities for children to enjoy, build up their physical strength, as well as learning how to get along with one another through playing, thereby benefiting their physical and mental development. In recent years, the LCSD has tried to design the children's playgrounds with innovation. The children's playground in Tuen Mun Park is the first inclusive playground that provides diversified facilities for children of different ages and abilities to play together, which has been very well received by the public. The government further announced in the 2019 policy address that the LCSD would launch a 5-year plan of public play space transformation, or PPS, with an estimated total expenditure of nearly $700 million to transform more than 170 venues under its purview. The transformed Shong Ling Street Playground in Wong Tai Sin was opened in December last year. Among the 4 transformation projects to be completed this year, the PPS at Sham Shui Po Park is the largest one, covering an area of 6,400 square meters. When building and transforming public play spaces, the LCSD will consider adopting different themes, providing various degrees of challenges and fun, and incorporating more natural and environmentally friendly elements with a view to enabling the children to learn through playing. The LCSD will also hire professional firms to engage different stakeholders and solicit their views through workshops and questionnaire surveys to strengthen community participation. Furthermore, the LCSD and the Architectural Services Department even co-organized a design competition for PPS in 2022. The design ideas and concepts of the winning entries will be adopted when implementing the transformation projects in the future. At present, the majority of hirers of fee-charging recreation and sports facilities under the LCSD make booking and payment with multiple electronic payment methods under the online booking system Leisure Link System, or LLS, or its mobile version. A small portion of hirers make the booking via self-service kiosks and pay by Octopus, or via booking counters by cash. Currently, the LCSD is developing a brand new intelligent sports and recreation services booking and information system at full steam to replace the existing LLS. The new system will support more e-payment methods, including Octopus and faster payment system on the internet, in the mobile app, and at self-service kiosks. The new system is expected to be rolled out in the 3rd quarter of this year. Booking of recreational and sports facilities will then become faster and more convenient for the public. Meanwhile, the LCSD is proactive in adopting different smart technologies to promote the transformation of parks into smart ones, including collaboration with the EMSD to launch a smart toilet pilot scheme at Kowloon Park this month. The program aims to enhance the management efficiency and service quality of the toilets with the use of Internet of Things and sensors. We will review the program and assess its effectiveness to facilitate consideration of future arrangements. The LCSD will launch a trial scheme to develop an IT system which will digitize inspection reports and records of maintenance progress of facilities in our parks, such as children's playgrounds, fitness equipment, and sports equipment. This will enhance efficiency and reduce the time for temporary suspension of facilities due to malfunctioning or damage. The LCSD also proactively supports the Development Bureau scheme of tree labels with QR codes, We attach labels on roadside trees maintained by the LCSD and in the parks to facilitate reporting of problematic trees, enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of tree management, as well as providing the public with more knowledge about trees. 3. The 42 natural turf pitches and 41 artificial turf pitches currently under the management of the LCSD are generally equipped with the automatic irrigation systems that sprinkle water regularly every day to ensure that the turf pitches are in good condition at all times. Irrigation has always been scheduled to hours without booking to avoid causing disturbance to hirers. The artificial turf pitch of Shakib May Park, equipped with an automatic irrigation system, was hired by an organizer of an inter-school football competition from 3 to 6 p.m. on the 12th of December 2022 to host 2 matches of inter-school football competition for secondary schools. Meanwhile, the automatic irrigation system had previously been set to operate at 6:07 p.m. in order not to affect the use of the venue by the next hirer at 6:30 p.m. The second match was originally scheduled to start at 4:15 p.m. The organizer, however, delayed its starting time to 4:50 p.m. eventually. Therefore, the said match could not finish by the end of the originally high period, and that's 6 p.m. In response to the request made by the person in charge of the competition, the venue staff allowed the match to continue, but did not turn off the automatic irrigation system in view of the actual situation. This led to the sudden onset of water sprinkling before the match ended and affected the venue users. The LCSD has apologized for the incident and to the persons affected and cautioned the staff concerned. To avoid recurrence of similar incidents, the LCSD has asked venue staff to communicate with organizers well beforehand in order to learn about the arrangements of the competitions or events and to request the organizers to book sufficient time slots for the competitions or events to be held. The LCSD will also make arrangements to meet the actual needs of the organizers as far as possible where circumstances allow, including adjusting the operation time of the irrigation system to avoid disruption. The LCSD has organized a briefing session for frontline staff of the artificial turf soccer pitch of Shakib May Park and other venues. Staff from relevant works departments have explained to the staff on the operation of the automatic irrigation system to ensure that the latter are well versed in adjusting the operating time of the system. Mr. Dominic Lee. Just now, Secretary said that the LCSD has already apologized for the incident and cautioned the staff. And I know that, but according to media reports, this football match is one between St. Joseph's College and DBS, and the organizer at the time already communicated with the venue staff. And yet, according to the venue staff, the operating time of the system could not be changed because it has been preset in the computer. So which version is true? Is it that they knew how to adjust the operating time and refused to do so, or they did not know how to adjust it, or that it truly could not be adjusted? Who was telling a lie? Secretary, Mr. President, as I said in my reply, in this case in particular, the irrigation system had previously been set to operate at 6:07 p.m. and the organizer originally booked a slot from 3 to 6 p.m. for 2 football matches. But because of a delay, the venue staff on the spot responsible for managing the artificial turf pitch exercised discretion and allowed the match to continue beyond the slot booked. And yet, because the staff were not familiar with the operation of the automatic irrigation system, hence the incident. Now, no lie was deliberately told. It's just that the staff were not familiar with the adjustment of the automatic irrigation system. And as I said in the reply, we already engaged the frontline staff in a briefing session for staff from works departments to explain to them the operation of the staff of the system. We hope to prevent the recurrence of the incident. Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Now, Mr. Dominic Lee asked a question about the management of facilities under the LCSD. Sorry, it's a question asked by Mr. Kenneth Kwok. The answer referred to the question referred to the monotonous design and the suggestions of smart parks and 5G parks. And according to the Secretary's reply, the LCSD is deploying technology to facilitate management of the facilities, but not to benefit users. I read in this reply that there is something about a smart toilet pilot program and smart technologies being deployed for inspection reports to be digitized, tree labels with QR codes. But in fact, we can have smart jogging trails for users or joggers to know more about their physical condition, their mileage, etc. And that's all about deploying technology and how we can apply technology and that can truly benefit users. In fact, in the mainland, there are over 100 such equipment in smart parks to facilitate users. I understand that the government has a 10-year blueprint to upgrade and transform public play space. I want to know how the government will make good use of smart technologies to upgrade the LCSD venues into smart ones. Secretary. Mr. President, as per what Mr. Kenneth Fox said, how we can deploy the latest technologies to better serve LCSD venue users, I think we should consider from two perspectives. First, we can enhance the efficiency of management of venues through deployment of technology. For example, as I said in the reply, we can shorten the time of suspension of facilities and enhance efficiency. The second perspective is, like the member said, how we can enrich the user's experience in using our facilities. Now, we haven't set out in detail in our reply, but in fact, we are making progress. For example, we now allow users to make use of their mobile phones to learn more about how an equipment is to be used. And we also allow records to be kept, providing users with information such as the time used on a particular piece of equipment. And also, as I said in my reply, in terms of tree management, apart from attaching QR code labels to facilitate tree management, members of the public, likewise, can also learn more about the species of the trees, the features of the trees through scanning the QR codes. So on different fronts, we are sparing no effort. And this will also help LCSD in improving the facilities and venues in the future. Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad to hear that the administration will be putting more thought on the design of a public play space and playgrounds. Perhaps they should walk the extra mile and collaborate with local art groups. For example, we have many parks in Hong Kong, and we can adopt different themes for different parks. For example, there may be parks with traditional Chinese cultural characteristics and parks with the work of local designers for local artists to put installations or sculptures there. This will allow more room for our local artists to develop, and this will also make our parks more attractive, thus boosting tourism. Now, of course, it also hinges on some legal issues. In the past, we used to procure from the market. Now we can adopt a collaborative mode. Is food for thought for you. Secretary. Mr. President, thank you for the suggestions. Indeed, we are thinking along these lines. There are so many parks in Hong Kong. So, say for some larger parks in certain districts, perhaps a particular theme can be adopted. It can be one of a cultural focused or sports focused theme, so that when the many parks in Hong Kong all carry their respective unique characteristics, It will bring diversity to Hong Kong in general, and it will be attractive to both locals and tourists alike. In other words, apart from visiting the nearest park in your neighborhood, you can also reach out to more interesting parks in the territory. Now, as long as there are some feature attractions in these parks, such as special plants or art installations, users will be attracted to visit different parks and use the different facilities. Dr. Lee also mentioned some operational issues we need to iron out. I'm sure we will take small steps in resolving the issues. Mr. Dennis Long, before the pandemic, I visited the mainland, South Korea, Macau, to look at the recreation facilities. And I understand in these places, equipment are put in place for children and elderly to exercise in the parks. But according to the Secretary's reply, in 2019, the government announced that the 5-year plan of public place-based transformation will be launched. It's been 3 years, and the government plans to transform more than 170 venues under the LCSD's purview. I want to know whether a more innovative blueprint will be adopted so that we can also have elements of tourism to enhance the development potential of the venues. Secretary. Mr. President, we have larger parks and smaller parks in Hong Kong. Regarding the 170 venues mentioned just now, our goal is to enhance the quality of these venues through transformation. And in the process, we also emphasize community participation. That is why we've spent some time to start the public engagement process. For example, we engage the residents in the neighborhood in discussion to see how the facilities can meet the needs. In terms of future development, we'll draw on previous experience and feedback received and adopt the merits of good design and incorporate them into new play facilities. Now, in drawing up the blueprint, we need to accumulate experience and collect feedback so as to cater for the needs of the public. And this is where we're heading. Mr. Chu Kwok-keung. For outdoor children's playgrounds managed by the government, the design has all along been monotonous for decades. Children don't find them attractive. Only when there are new housing estates or new development areas will the government adopt an innovative approach in its design. My question is, how is the government going to improve the design of existing outdoor playgrounds to enhance their functions and their attractiveness? Secretary. Of course, we would like to roll out new facilities to be provided on outdoor children's playground to make it more enjoyable for children to play and learn there. But quite often, instead of having something really complicated, children can really enjoy themselves just on say a football pitch. If you allow them to play football, I'm sure Mr. Chu, as a school principal, must know that. Of course, we can incorporate different elements in a single venue, but when it comes to maintenance, progress will be slow as you need to find spare parts for different equipment. So, to respond to your question on monotonous design, we wanted to expedite and facilitate management and maintenance, as it would be easier to find spare parts for the same equipment. But now we think different. Now, say for a slide for children, it remains to be an attractive piece of equipment. Of course, you can always incorporate more elements to a traditional slide, but at the same time, we need to strike a balance between the children's enjoyment and the physical and mental development of children. More importantly, we encourage children to get along with each other and play on the same playground.
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Mr. Ben Chan will move a motion on comprehensively reviewing and improving Hong Kong's dental service system and manpower needs. 4 members will move amendments to the motion. This council will proceed to the joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I will first call upon Mr. Ben Chan to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Ms. Rebecca Chan, Ms. Jovi Chan, Dr. David Lam, and Mr. Lee Jun-Keung to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Mr. Ben Chan to speak and move the motion. Thank you, President. President, I move the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. That is the motion of comprehensively reviewing and improving Hong Kong's dental service system and manpower needs. The government should expeditiously formulate a 10-year development strategy for dental services. Dental health is of utmost importance to our smile as well as our daily life. Without oral health, it will affect our living standard and our dignity. It will also lead to malnutrition and the general health. At present, the public dental service system, the public healthcare system of the government only focus on Western and Chinese medicine, but with no focus on dental services at all. Members of the public have to approach private dental clinics for dental services. With higher charges, grassroots people and elderly people are reluctant to get help. Now, there are 40 dental clinics under the Department of Health. Only 11 of these clinics would open up some service quotas on 2 days of a week for the public. There are only 4,000 public sessions quotas for the public each year. And members of the public can only get 1 tooth extraction service each year. So the 11 clinics would normally be providing employee benefits for civil servants. The dental services are offered to the civil servants only. Some say that there are lots of help for the general public. There are the community care fund, outreach service for the elderly people, and also school dental care services. So what more do you want? Well, it sounds that there are a lot of programs, but let me walk you through the details and find their lackings. Now, Mr. Holden Chow always raised his concerns over people having to wait overnight in the cold for a public session quota. And even if you get one, you will only get a tooth extraction service. If you have 2 teeth which need to be extracted, you have to come back again. Now, according to a survey, more than half of people with oral health issue did not seek dental health care services because of lack of financial means. 70% of them are not eligible for the CCF dental assistance program. And they are worried that because they are only eligible for the assistance program once, they are reluctant to apply for it. It shows that there is insufficient publicity and education. Now, last year, when the government responded to our question, the government said that the government's policy on dental care seeks to improve oral health and prevent dental diseases by raising public awareness of oral health and encouraging proper oral health habits through promotion and education. Well, of course, promotion and education are important, but it is very passive. We always ask whether the government can be more active in helping the public. Well, the answer we get is that the dental clinics are all at full capacity, and also they are mostly for fulfilling the employment terms with civil servants, but not for serving the public. What about our dental manpower? According to the healthcare manpower report, we have some 2,000 dentists in Hong Kong. 30% of them are public sector dentists, and the remaining 1,800 dentists are serving the 7 million population as a whole. So there are 2.6 dentists per 10,000 population. Well, it is essentially a third world standard. Well, why is the government ignoring the public's need for dental health services and does not provide a safety net in terms of dental services for the people? According to the 2020 Healthcare Manpower Report, in year 2040, there will be a shortage of dentists. In 2030, there will be more than enough paradental professionals in Hong Kong. Well, I suspect that the government has been using past data in making this estimation. There are many people who can't have access to dental services, and also some people choose not to join the queue at all, so their needs are not being considered. I hope the government will reform our dental healthcare policy. First, we have to revamp the basis on how we make projection for dental health power and also improve the per capita dentists in Hong Kong. Now, in the short run, the government should address the manpower shortage. I urge the government to streamline the requirements for non-locally trained dentists to come to serve in Hong Kong, and also enhance the function of dental therapists in the establishment so that more comprehensive dental services can be offered to adults. And the government should also enhance its capacity in offering public session consultations. The government should also make the position more attractive so that more dentists will join the public sector. And also locally and also in the mainland, there should be dedicated dental healthcare vouchers for elderly people so that they won't have any reservations in using them locally or in the mainland. And also the government should enhance education on oral health in Hong Kong so that the public can enjoy a better oral health in the short, medium, and long term. And also the government should consider introducing more non-locally trained dentists to serve in Hong Kong, as well as enhancing collaboration with NGOs and establish outreach mobile dental service teams comprising periodontal professionals to alleviate the pressure on dental clinics. And also the government should increase the training places as well as training institutions on dental professionals. And learning from Singapore, besides the dental clinics, the government should increase and engage private units, including university and dental clinics, to offer dental health care for the public. In the long run, most ideally, dental services should become part of our regular public health care service, so that we can extend the safety net and also allow elderly people and the general public enjoy dental services and be protected by our healthcare system. President Xi once said that people's aspiration for a better life should be the goal of our strive. Our target should be that in 10 years' time, we should enable public's access to premium dental health care services without adding extra financial burden on them, so that they can enjoy better dignity and also put a smile on their face. Thank you. I so submit. I ask members to support my motion.
議題係
I now propose a question to you that Mr. Chang Hanpan's motion be passed. Ms. Chen Hao-yan. Thank you, President. I would like to say out clear that I believe currently what we are facing is that we do not have a comprehensive dental care policy in Hong Kong. Currently, the general public dental sessions are only those extra quotas that remain. And so this is very pathetic because it only provides emergency services. So it can only provide the treatment of pain relief or teeth extraction, and it's not actually a comprehensive dental care service. As Chan Han-pan said, there is shortage of quota, and actually for retired civil servants visiting the dental clinics, they also need to wait 30 months. And therefore, there is, of course, no extra quota for the public. The public also needs to wait for a very long period of time. Increasing general public sessions is something that I've already mentioned to many of my colleagues, but because of time constraint, I'm not going to repeat it. I just want to raise one main point, which is to actually, we must actually improve the positions of oral dental therapists. I'm sure that the best policy out of all services is the school dental care service. Currently, students can receive health services every year other than scaling and polishing. It also includes teeth extraction and also healthy teeth education. The government keeps on saying that there is a shortage of manpower. However, we do see a very comprehensive school dental care service. Actually, for the students, the dentist or the oral therapist only act as the supervisor, and actually the therapists are those providing services. I have been to the school dental care service, so it's actually one dentist together with other therapists, becoming a whole team of dental therapists. So actually you do see the smooth flow of services, and there is actually very strong division of work. The school dental care service has been very successful all these years, and it reflects dentists and also therapists working together to come up with such a strong team. With adequate manpower to provide scaling and polishing and also fillings, then the public will not need to wait for acute or emergencies to visit the dentist, and actually it can alleviate the pressure on the dental clinics. However, under the current policy, there is no improvement, and actually the oral therapists are not being used wisely. Currently, their work is actually bounded by their job nature. For example, they can only provide services to those under 18 and can only work in the school dental care service under the Department of Health. Therefore, they are not able to take care of the oral health of the general public. And there's actually a shortage of oral therapists because there's been a suspension of training. But then, even though it is resumed in 2016, there's only around 300 dental therapists to cater to the needs of the school dental care service. Therefore, of course, there would not be any increase in dental services. It takes 3 years to train up a oral therapist, which is actually half of the time needed to become a dentist. With better planning and to provide more training for the therapists, actually we could come up with a solution for the shortage of manpower, and will also be able to improve the dental services provided to the general public. The chief executive also set up that there is actually going to be a review of the dental services. I hope that you could actually look into training up and through dentists working together with the oral therapists, such as the service provided to students, to gradually set up a comprehensive oral service to really take care of the oral health of the general public. I support the motion by Mr. Chen Hanpen. Ms. Jovi Chen. Our colleagues have talked about the different levels of service provided to the general public. I want to highlight elderly. Actually, we're now in a very aged population. Those above 65 or above actually take up 20% or above of our population. By 2030, the elderly would take up 30% of the general population. And actually, people live longer now. And so the average age is around 85.2 to 90.9. And for the elderly to feel healthy, then of course they should have strong teeth. But I see that many elderly people have lost all their teeth, and they suffer from that. The CE in his policy address set up 100 KPIs. And they're actually objectives and KPIs that can be used for dental services. I hope that the government can also take reference from that. The WHO suggests that 80% of those above, that there should be 80% of healthy teeth to ensure that they'll be able to chew properly and to have a healthy intake of diet. In 2018 to 19, only about 37% of the elderly are able to enjoy dental services. Currently, there are only 2,700 registered dentists in Hong Kong, which is actually a number much lower than those in Singapore and Japan. There is a need, therefore, to increase training in Hong Kong and to actually have dentists from overseas also registered in Hong Kong. For expenses in dental services is actually very high, from around few thousand to tens of thousands of dollars, and the $2,000 elderly health voucher is not enough to meet the needs. And those living under poverty cannot, of course, afford these high dental expenses. The general public, therefore, sometimes would go for mainland dental services. The government should open up the elderly health vouchers to the Greater Bay Area. And I hope that other than the elderly healthcare voucher, there could also be a dental voucher. Every year, we see around 40,000 people using the general public sessions, which is 90% of usage, and about 60% of them are elderly. Therefore, the government must increase the number of clinics to meet the need. And there should be dental clinics in all 18 districts. I'm sure that healthy teeth can enhance the happiness of the people, and we should try to provide comprehensive dental services on behalf of the FTU. I hope that we'll be able to come up with dental vouchers to actually help refer those to private clinics, and in the medium term to increase the quota for dental students to attract more talents. And in the long term, there should be clinics in all 18 districts so that services could be provided to everyone. And we have come up with a $100 million proposal to provide better services, and a recurrent service should be adopted by the government. In general, I hope that we would not be toothless, and that everyone will be able to enjoy healthy teeth. And with the easing of the pandemic, we'll be able to remove our masks soon. And we hope that we'll be able to see smiles from everyone showing their healthy teeth. To rank world number one in dental college, I really think that we should improve our dental services. Dr. David Lam, thank you. I'm happy to see that the government has set up the Oral Health Education Division to review oral services in Hong Kong. All along, there has been neglect on oral services in Hong Kong. Originally, services only provided to civil servants. Only 11 out of 40 of them provide service to the general public, and it's only open for one session in 1 week. The school dental care service caters to primary students, ensuring their oral health and to help them with scaling and polishing and also teeth extraction. Therefore, secondary students usually would see healthy teeth. However, the program does not extend to secondary students, and they would not go for annual checkup. Therefore, when they grow older, their oral health will suffer. And that actually compromises the firm foundation set by the school dental care service. Therefore, I just suggest that the SDECS be extended to the completion of secondary school. In the past, there is also a program in teaching students about oral health. I hope that this should also be extended to everyone to enhance health education, which includes oral health. So what happens before primary school? Half of 5-year-olds have seen cavities, but 90% of them do not visit dentists, and no treatment has been made from year 2000 to 2020 to 2021. With the support of the Hong Kong Jockey Club, a 3-year program was set up for those pre-primary students. But then this is only a 3-year plan, and it's almost completed. So would it actually become a recurrent program? As for the elderly, there's an outreach dental care program for the elderly, and also the elderly dental assistance program, which provide services such as extractions and providing dentures. But prevention is better than cure. I hope that there will actually be supported subsidy given to the elderly for scaling and polishing. I suggest that the government would draw reference from SDCS and to use the health clinics to provide dental care services for the elderly and for grassroots to provide basic services such as oral checkup and also scaling and polishing, and that can really alleviate the situation of the elderly suffering from being toothless. And out of the 2,000, there are 2,706 registered dentists in Hong Kong, about 531 oral therapists. There's actually not adequate manpower to support the services for the general public. I suggest a partnership be made between public and private, and to provide more quota to students. We should consider opening up another dental health hospital. We only have one right now. Well, after QE Hospital has, we can actually set up another dental hospital, and also to provide more training to dental students. I believe we could also open up to registration of overseas dentists. In the long run, we should actually consider dentists also be part of our basic medical plan. So we should also respect the dentists as well. Thank you.
Mr. Michael Lee. Madam Deputy, I believe everyone would like to have a set of shiny teeth like that of Miss Rebecca Chan, which she has been complimented for by the CE. Now, with poor dental health, it is really a torture for anyone, especially for elderly people. If they lose their tooth or have poor dental health, it would affect their appetite, and they would become malnutritioned, and they would have lower immunity and thus higher chance to be hospitalized. Now we have one of the top 3 dental schools in the world. Still, we don't have enough dentists, thus rendering dental services a major gap in our healthcare system. Now, Hong Kong is an advanced economy. According to the WHO, in industrialized countries, the per capita dentist should be 0.5 per 1,000. Now in Hong Kong, our ratio is 0.3 to 1,000 population. And also every year we only have 50 dentist graduates. The manpower shortage is huge. Close to 90% of dentist schools that graduates would join the private markets immediately after graduation, thus widening the gap. Now, dental healthcare services is not part of our public healthcare services. We only have 11 public dental clinics offering some 4,000 free general public session quota places for the public. Many people have to endure the pain and join the queue overnight. According to a survey, a lot of elderly people would rather wait overnight in the street for tooth extraction service because the private service is simply too expensive. And also, even when they get this, there is no guarantee that they can enjoy the service they need, because one quota place only comes with 1 tooth extraction. If you have 2 teeth that need to be extracted, you have to come back again. Now, the government has promised to establish a working group to review Hong Kong's dental care services. I welcome the idea. The root problem, however, to alleviate the huge demand for dental services in Hong Kong, we have to increase the number of dentists generously. We have to increase the number of trainees, and also we have to lower the threshold for non-locally trained dentists to come serve in Hong Kong. We have to introduce dental healthcare professionals from the mainland and the world to alleviate the manpower shortage. I thank the government for accepting the Liberal Party's call to amend legislation and welcome non-locally trained doctors to come serve in Hong Kong. Now, we should also set up a limited registration system for dentists to serve in Hong Kong and make our system attractive to dentists in the mainland and other places in the world so that people can have hope. And also, according to the primary healthcare blueprint delivered by the government, I believe that the 18 district health centers, or DHC, should conduct activities to educate the public on the importance of oral health. We should raise their oral health awareness so that they would have lesser needs to get dental surgeries. And also DHCs should, and also dentists in the community should also serve the public better and make referrals, accept referrals from the public healthcare system. We have to address the gap as soon as possible so that people can enjoy a sense of well-being in Hong Kong, and also to have a bright smile. Thank you so much.
衞生局局
Secretary for Health. Madam Deputy, first of all, I thank Mr. Ben Chen for moving the motion on reviewing and improving Hong Kong's dental services and manpower supply, and amendments moved by other 4 members. Members are concerned about the dental services and manpower supply, and they've asked that the services be reviewed. This is, in fact, in keeping with the government's objectives. The government is actually taking forward all these initiatives. So today, I'm really pleased to be here to listen to members' views. I would look forward to members' recommendations in this regard. The current dental care policy is in threefold. We do prevention and we help the underprivileged, and we also provide emergency dental services. In terms of prevention, we resort to publicity and education to raise the awareness of oral hygiene. And the government has already rolled out the primary healthcare blueprint, and oral health is one of the most important areas under this. So the government will be mounting publicity and education to promote oral health, and also to nurture a good oral health habit for the younger generation, for them to have a good habit. We provide the dental care for them. If they can maintain good oral health, then the need for complicated surgery arising from dental decay will be greatly reduced. So the members of the public should maintain good oral hygiene and prevent dental disease. On the other hand, the Department of Health is adopting a prevention-based approach to provide oral health education. The Oral Health Education Division is conducting a lot of promotion programs. The DH is providing dental care service at primary level. We do have the dental care service. Students are arranged to receive dental checkup on an annual basis, and this would include checkup as well as dental treatment and preventative services. For the intellectually impaired, we do provide a whole raft of measures. The DH has targeted measures to help the intellectually impaired people and the carers to learn about the oral health techniques. From the school year 2013-14, for the special school that are taking part in the dental care program, the students can avail themselves of the services until the age of 18. Also, the government has launched the Healthy Teeth Collaboration Program. We join hands with 5 NGOs to run dental clinics to make available the dental services to the intellectually impaired individuals. This program has been extended to July 2024. In order to improve the oral health of the intellectually impaired people, we have made available the oral health service for children under 6 who are intellectually impaired. We started this in the Hong Kong Children's Hospital, and we have also extended this to outreach service and provide checkup and treatment for those in special childcare centers. For those with financial difficulties, the CSSA recipients will get the dental grant to have their teeth attended to. And under the outreach dental care for the elderly, we have set up 23 outreach teams to provide the dental checkup and dental treatment for the elderly people who are living in the RCGs and the daycare centers. Under the Community Care Fund, we have the Elderly Dental Assistance Program. This was launched in September 2012, and this is to provide dental care for the low-income elderly people. We are providing the denture services and various other dental services. In order to further extend the program, we have already extended this to those elderly people above the age of 65 who are OLA recipients. So all OALA recipients are entitled to this service. Starting from July 2021, we have extended the scope to cover many other different items. And the items included are the removal of dental bridge and dental crown, and also root canal operation. And for those above the age of 75, if they have used the service before within the last 5 years, they would be entitled to a second treatment for the fitting of removable denture. Other than the services I mentioned, the government is also taking advantage of the healthcare voucher scheme for the elderly, and this to provide assistance to those aged above 65. And with this voucher, they can use the services in the private sector for dental checkup, scaling, extraction, and fillings. The elderly are entitled to $2,000 worth of voucher, and they can keep the spend amount up to $8,000. Other than the services for the specific groups I mentioned, the government also has made available services to cater for the emergency dental care. And the 11 dental clinics are setting aside certain sessions to provide emergency dental care. And this is what we call the general public sessions. The scope of service includes the emergency dental problems, pain relief, oral abscesses, and extractions. We understand that this is hamstrung by the manpower availability. So the supply of manpower is something really dear to our heart. In order to tie in with the manpower needs, we have liaised with the UGC to increase the training places. In 2022-23 to 24-25 for the triennium, the first year, first degree training places in dentistry will be increased from 80 to 90 places. In other words, in the coming 5 years, we should have well over 400 graduates who will be joining the registration to make available their services. And also in the triennium, the government will be providing 10 taught postgraduate places to provide training places for specialist dentists. For the introduction of non-locally trained dentists, from 2015, the licensing examination has increased from 1 sitting to 2 sittings. We have also optimized a lot of the arrangements, and their results can be retained in order to entice and to facilitate more non-locally trained dentists to practice in Hong Kong. Also, as indicated in the policy address in 2022, we will take a reference from the amendment to the medical practitioners arrangement to introduce more non-locally trained dentists to Hong Kong. We understand the keen demand for dental service, so in 2022 policy address, we have undertaken to review the dental service, including the policy objectives, scope of service, and delivery mode. In the end of December 2022, we've already set up a working group on oral health and dental care, which will be tasked to review the dental service, the long-term strategy, and also the mode of service delivery, and there will be input from this working group. We will be taking into account the views expressed by members today, and we will be making further response later. Thank you.
廣議員。
Mr. Scott Leung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of the motion. That is, we should urge the government to formulate a 10-year development strategy for dental services. But the key to quality healthcare services is speed. With a long delay, the situation will get worse, and in the end, the cost will be higher, and there will be more stress on healthcare professionals. Now, dental healthcare is very important to our health. For people who are financially indisposed, they have to wait for general public sessions. The government has not set up a comprehensive dental service system to serve the public as a safety net, and there are also insufficient services for elderly people. We don't have tooth-filling service, and also in a general public session, you can only extract one tooth. If there are more than one teeth with problems, you have to join the queues again and again. It is so counterintuitive. We need a human-centric and comprehensive dental service system. Here are my suggestions. In the short run, I hope the government can enhance the existing services. For example, extending the initial registration to all dental clinics, and also set up dedicated hotlines and quota places for elderly people, and also enhance the outreach services so that elderly people can book dental services at home. And also, besides the existing services, tooth-filling services should also be made available at public dental clinics. And also, for each tooth extracted, the government should provide a denture for elderly people, so that elderly people can continue to enjoy a good meal. Now, according to the healthcare professional manpower report, more than 70% of dentists are serving in the private sector. For the upcoming dental service policies, for example, outreach dental care program for the elderly, and also the elderly dental assistant program, they will bring about more dental service needs from the public. So the government has to increase the supply of talents by making the trade more attractive. Now, our school dental care services have been very efficient in protecting students' oral health. This is a safety net for students. I hope the government can extend the school dental care services to secondary school students. All along, I have heard a lot of comments by my constituents about the importance of dental care services. They know that regular scaling can protect their oral health, but most elderly people don't have this habit. It costs several $100s, and the annual $2,000 from the healthcare voucher is insufficient for this purpose. Preventive is always better than treatment. The government should offer regular preventive dental checkups and dental care services for those above the age of 65, along with primary dental health care. Now, many people prefer going to the mainland for dental services. The government should collaborate with the service providers in the mainland to offer such services in the GBA. Finally, the government should consider offering dental health care vouchers, as well as mobile dental service vans to maintain oral health for the public, because this will reduce the likelihood of other chronic diseases and hence alleviates the pressure on the public healthcare system in the long run. It is high time to review the dental service system as well as review the manpower supply. The government should respond to people's needs and formulate a 10-year development strategy for dental services to put more focus on prevention and also offer comprehensive dental services so as to enhance the general public's dental and mental health. Thank you. Dr. Chow Man Kong. Madam Deputy, dental services in the public sector is very tense. It has always been troubling the public, especially elderly people. Now, we have 1/5 in the population who are elderly people. In year 2036, they will account to 1/3 of our population. The situation will persist for 3 decades. The situation is so bad as it is that the government should conduct a comprehensive review on our public dental care system, especially the manpower supply. It simply won't do if we have hardware but not the software to run them. So I support the original motion. Now, for general public session services, there is a very severe competition. Curiously, previous health ministers have been ignoring the problem. People have to wait 12 to 18 months for a session of dental service. Now, for ENT, the eye departments and other departments, the waits can be as long as 100 or 200 weeks. The situation is just as bad. And because of the closure of borders, elderly people and grassroots people can only join the queue in the small hours on the street to wait for the service provided by the public dental clinics. Well, they would only be open one morning in the week and offer very limited this to the public. Frankly speaking, Hong Kong is not the only place in the world with such a dire situation. But the point is, do we have a plan to address the problem? In 2021, more than 1,000 dentists withdrew from the NHS system in the UK. As a result, a lot of places, a lot of districts were not served by dentists. Some hundreds of thousands of people were denied access to dental service. Some people even resorted to extract tooth at home. But we certainly don't want the situation to repeat in Hong Kong. Now, we have the CCF Elderly Dental Assistance Program, as well as the CSSA's dental grants, but they are very limited in terms of scope. So the government should consider establishing a dedicated dental healthcare voucher with an amount of 2,000 per year, so that people above the age of 65 can enjoy private dental care when needed. Now, about the Elderly Dental Assistance Program, the government should pay attention to the quality of the dentists enrolling in the program. There are lots of criticism. In year 2021, over the past 3 years, the Department of Health has received some 343 complaints, but there were never any action taken. I've also received a lot of calls for help from the elderly people, that a lot of dentists under the assistance program, either in the private sector or run by NGO, were unscrupulous. They would exhaust the means to use up the amount of the elderly healthcare vouchers. Say, for example, dentures, which are not needed. Now, if you are taking this sum from the elderly people, it would hurt their wallets a lot. Now, I think you should ramp up regulatory measures. For example, asking the patients to fill in a survey after the session. If they are unscrupulous dentists, they should be held accountable. Now, Japan has a very robust dental healthcare system. Since 1989, the health departments and a dentist organization have been promoting a campaign to help people above the age of 80 to keep at least 20 healthy teeth, so that they can continue to eat food, and also make sure that they have regular checkups. Now in Hong Kong, we have a very severe shortage of doctors. Now in the mainland, for every 10,000 people, there are 4 dentists. In Hong Kong, there are only 3.7. Now we really should consider introducing overseas or mainland dentists to come to help us. Thank you.
議員，
Mr. Kisson Yang.
恒班議員全面
Madam Deputy, I support Mr. Ben Chen's motion to review and improve dental services. The government attaches a lot of importance to publicity and education. In the 11 dental clinics, the government provides public dental sessions, and there is a huge demand for the service, and there is a shortfall in the service. Even with the voucher scheme, it is not a panacea, and they simply cannot meet the bill. In Hong Kong, there are 3 pain points: a shortfall of dentists, and most of the dentists are practicing in the private sector. There are 312 dental officers, and there is a vacancy of 50 in the government sector. Less than 10% of them are working in the government. And there is a lack of primary care for the dental service. I think the government ought to resolve this problem. We have 2,700 dentists, 3.7 per 10,000 people. In Singapore, it is 4.1, 5.16 in Australia, 5.6 in Canada, and more in Japan. The supply of dentists in Hong Kong has been very, very slow in its growth. There are 73 more this year, but with an immigration of dentists and also the suspension of the licensing examination, there is a shortfall of dentists. So the policy address is introducing non-locally dentists, which has my support. Now, what is the targeted ratio for dentists per population in Hong Kong? Now, with this ratio, we can work on the plan. There is a competition for dentists in other parts of the world. Dentistry is a high-paying job. In Australia, the highest pay profession is dentist. In Canada, it is the second highest paid profession. They're earning 290,000 Canadian dollars per year. I think the government has to amend the legislation to allow the dentists to register after 5 years service in the government. And I think we have to extend the scheme to non-local permanent residents. The government should also deal with the distribution of work between the public and private sector, because even if we increase the number of dentists, the services will still be unaffordable to the public. So I support the policy address proposal. And also, when new dentists are introduced to Hong Kong, we should be able to provide a wider range of services. And in the long run, I think the government should tie in with the next 10-year hospital development program to build dental hospitals. In other parts of the world, in Singapore, they have the low-cost services like filling, denture, root canal treatment, and so on. They also have the social insurance protection of those above the age of 65. They will be subsidized for fillings and scaling. In Australia, children under the age of 17, they have $1,000 worth of dental care. And between 2015 and 2024, they have the National Dental Care Program, and only a small proportion of senior citizens are edentulous, and they also require the dental checkup on a regular basis. And I have to mention Japan here in 1989. They have the program to make sure that 80-year-olds should keep at least 20 teeth. And Canada, they have the National Dental Care Program in 2022. They have already rolled this out universally. And these are the examples that we should take a leaf out of their book. We should have the safety network and develop a system where people should have a regular checkup. So by the time they hit twilight years, they should still keep the whole array of teeth. Ms. Chen Yiming, Madam Deputy, I'm grateful to members for moving this motion to review and improve Hong Kong's dental service and manpower needs and see how we can make improvement there. I support this motion. There is a keen demand for dental service. This is as plain as clear as day. There are 2,300 registered dentists. Only 30% of them are working for the government sector. For each 100,000 people who have 3 dentists, according to the WHO, in industrialized countries, per 10,000 population, we should have 5. In Hong Kong, we are lagging far behind the international standard. We have scores of new dentists joining the rank each year. If we do not address the supply, it would be hard for us to achieve any improvements. So the motion today is really warranted. The dental care service and the manpower supply should be comprehensively reviewed. We should have a written branch review. A toothache is really worse than having a serious illness. We have dental clinics in Hong Kong, but they're catering for the civil servants. And the dental clinics providing public service only stands at 11, and they are providing pain relief and extraction. And how on earth are we able to meet the demand? We have a few dozen graduates each year. Well over 80% of the graduates would be joining the private sector. It shows that in the public sector, it would be hard for us to maintain the level of service. There are many dental clinics out there in the market. If you suffer from a toothache and you visit the dentist in the vicinity, you may not be able to see the dentist straight away because there is an appointment system. If you are lucky, you would be able to see the dentist, but otherwise you would have to wait anything up to 1 to 2 days. Now, this is the general practitioners. For specialist dentists, the situation is even more serious. There are many children who need braces, but also orthodontists, the number stands at 73. And I mean, for root canal operation, I mean, there are 24 or so specialist dentists who can deal with the pulp problems. The waiting time would be about a month, and they are charging an arm and a leg. And because of this long waiting time, many of the people who suffer from toothache would visit the dental clinics in the GBA, but because of the border closure, many have to be stuck in Hong Kong, and there is this is aggravating the problem. And with the aging population, there are more and more senior citizens who need dental service. In the private market, the prices, the fees are really fluctuating, and people are held over the barrel in this regard. So we do need to have medium, long-term measures for people to get dental service in the public sector at a reasonable price. So this is going to benefit the general public. The original motion and the 4 amendments are proposing measures for the government, and I hope that the government will heed all these recommendations and make improvement. Hong Kong is part of the GBA, and I do hope that the government would set up a mechanism for people to obtain good quality dental service in the GBA. I fully support the motion. Thank you. So I speak. Mr. Chen Xiuhong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I rise to speak in support of Mr. Ben Chen's motion to comprehensively review and improve dental service and the manpower needs, and all the amendments as well. In our healthcare system, there is a lack of primary care for dental service. The dental care provided by the DH is limited to emergency dental service and extraction. It is putting a lot of emphasis on the education for the primary students, and for the elderly people and those in financial difficulties, there are also services made available. The government's strategy is to mount publicity and education for people to develop good oral health habit to prevent dental problems. So they're not providing comprehensive dental services. The fees and charges are pretty exorbitant in the private sector. This is beyond the affordability of the general public. Prior to the pandemic, people would visit clinics in Shenzhen because of the reasonable fees. I think dental service is just as important as the primary care. So I support this 10-year development strategy for dental services as proposed by Mr. Ben Chen in his motion. I think that the policy should be revamped and the scope should be broadened. According to the DH's information, as of March 2022, we have 2,700 registered dentists per 10,000. We have 3.6 dentists, far lower than other jurisdictions of similar economic status. The workforce, we have lost 84,000 people to emigration. A lot of them are dentists, and in the private sector, the clinics would be poaching the dentists from the public sector, and there is also a wave of retirement, and there is very much an exodus of dentists from the public sector, and the services have been delayed and delayed. Even the dental checkup would be a year and a half now. In 2022, 23 to 24, 25, the government is going to be increasing the first-year, first-degree places for dentistry from the current 80 to 90. But it would take time to train up a dentist. It would take 6 years minimum training and another 4 years. This is not offering any immediate solution. So I think the government should identify other solutions to increase the manpower supply. The government should introduce a limited registration system to ease the demand, ease the supply. The PPP is also a way forward. The government might say that the senior citizens will have more of a need for dental care, and they have the healthcare voucher scheme, they have the outreach service for the elderly, and the CCF Elderly Dental Assistance Program. But the voucher scheme is only $2,000. They would spend half as much on dental care or more, and they have to leave a certain amount for their medical attention. They may be able to save up to $8,000, and they can't be bothered using the voucher for dental care. And there are also the dental care for the RCHGs, elderly people. And this would be limited to removable denture, and this is not addressing the actual needs. I think with the public-private partnership, the senior citizens will be able to enjoy the services from the private sector. According to the government, they have taken into account the 2021 oral survey, and they have set up targets for different age groups. The secretary said that they will be reviewing the system. I hope that the review will be completed soon enough and come up with a 10-year program. With these words, I support the motion and all the amendments. Thank you.
陳學鋒議
Mr. Chan Hock-Fong. Thank you. Healthy teeth is actually an aspiration of all. In the Song Dynasty, a person once said that those who actually want to survive want healthy teeth. And this saying has actually lasted for over 800 years. Now, what we need to do is actually to provide dentures, and yet it is not affordable to all. Through today's debate, I hope that the Secretary will consider also expanding our basic Medicare to dental services and also to increase the number of dentists so that people will not have to suffer from toothache. Under the D8, there are now over 40 dental clinics, mostly providing services to civil servants, and there are around 4,000 quotas for the general public each month, which is totally not enough. And the general public can only receive tooth extraction or treatment of pain relief there, and only one tooth can be extracted at a time. So it is totally not people-oriented. We hope that the government will improve the dental services and to provide a one-stop service. To expand dental services, most essential is manpower. At the current moment, there are not enough dentists. Out of every 10,000 people, well, many people keep on saying that there are about 3.7 dentists per 10,000 people. Actually, the number should be 2.6, which is much lower than other countries. As I said earlier, the Hong Kong University Dental College actually ranks very high. It's actually top ranking amongst the second out of all dental colleges in the world. We must try to attract GBA students and also students from the Belt and Road to study dentistry. And after graduation, we should require them to provide service for a period of time to provide a professional training to them at the same time. Ask them to stay behind to provide services. Other than training, how can we ensure sustainable development in dentistry? We must try to detail our plans for the future. For a new graduate in dentistry, to set up his or her own clinic would require huge funds. And it is not quite possible to do that. It would take hundreds of thousands to purchase equipment, and it is not a short amount. Many of them would not want to increase the burden financially because many of them would rather save up to get married or for their families. To open up their own clinics, they might have to delay their own family plans. Therefore, the government should provide interest-free support for dentists and also to subsidize scaling and polishing so that young people will be able to start up their own businesses. And this is actually a long-term policy for short-term relief. I support Chan Hang-pan's motion, and so I speak. Ms. Lam So-wai, I support the original motion and the 4 amendments. With an aging population, there is an increase in demand for dental services. There is a lack of medical services in Hong Kong, especially in dental health. There's only a short number of quota, and many people would rather pay in the private market other than wait for a long period of time. Under the Department of Health, there are over 40 dental clinics to provide services to civil servants and their families. Only 11 of them open up for general public sessions with 4,000 quotas per month. And this totally does not meet the demand of general public, and thus people would need to go to other districts to try to find quota. In Tai O and Cheung Chau altogether, there is only 30,000 people, but in Sha Tin and Cheung Gun O, for 3 million people population there, we do not even see any dental clinic. And in Kwun Tong and To Kwa Wan, there are only 2 providing general public sessions. Do you think there is really enough quota? And these 11 clinics only open up 1 or 2 sessions per week, and sometimes it's only 1 morning or 1 afternoon. None of them provide whole day services, and they only provide pain relief service and tooth extraction, with the extraction being limited to 1 tooth only. There is also a shortage of dentists in the public sector. There are only 55 dentists in all these clinics. However, they will need to cater to around 160,000 people per year. Last year, we see a shortage of 15.7 in dentists. And this is really not ideal. We hope that the government would set up short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals. In the short run, there could be a dental voucher for the elderly with a minimum of $3,000, and to set up a maximum to $10,000. Currently, eligible elderly receive $2,000 in their elderly healthcare voucher with accumulation of up to $8,000. However, this has not followed inflation, and therefore the medical inflation from 8.2% in 2022 has increased to 8.8% in 2023. And for private sector, actually for pulp treatment, other treatment, it's actually $4,000 in fees, and together with scaling and polishing and dental checkup, $8,000 is totally not enough. You also need to pay for other expenses. The health care voucher is close to none under these circumstances. Therefore, there should be a dental voucher to provide support to the elderly and to receive dental service in the private market. In the midterm, in the 18 health centers, other than providing rehabilitation services, there should also be a provision of dental care. In the policy address, there is a mention of providing outreach programs in dental services, such as sending out outreach teams to elderly homes or to RCHEs, and to provide oral health checkup and simple fillings and scaling and polishing services. And of course, you should prioritize those who live alone. An outreach program should also be extended to areas in which there are no general public sessions offered. But first of all, we must first try to improve the situation of shortage manpower. Earlier, there are actually about 400 new dental graduates in the upcoming 5 years, but it can still not meet the demand. I hope that the government would set up policies and that dentistry could also go under our basic healthcare. Dr. Teck Chi Yun. Last month in Caritas, a group of old people met with me to talk about the problems of elderly dental services. One of the representatives, an elderly surnamed Cole, spoke on behalf of the elderly on public dental services, and she wanted me to express her views. First, there are only 11 districts with dental services, only a small number of quota for general public. Many elderly would have to wait overnight. And even if they queue up early, they are not able to see a dentist. They hope that the government could extend the services so that the general public could also enjoy these public dental services. Secondly, the government suggested introducing non-local dentists. They are in full support of that. However, they hope that the qualifications framework could be set up clearly, such as introducing those from the Commonwealth countries. Third, as these would both take a period of time to realize, we hope that there could be contracted dental services to meet the immediate demand. And fourthly, there's an estimate of around 160,000 people who have left Hong Kong for good. So many of them students. So there should be a reduction in the demand for school dental care service, and we hope that these openings could be shared with the general public. I was gifted with this picture a few days ago by the elderly. This is actually a toothless tiger. They don't want to become toothless tigers. They hope that the government and the legislators will help them to fill up their teeth. And we hope that the government will not become a toothless tiger. These are the views of the elderly. And I hope that when you respond to our views, you would also respond to their demands as well. The elderly people did not enjoy basic dental services during young. Therefore, many elderly have dental problems. They think that toothache is actually worse than being sick. We really hope that they could enjoy healthy teeth and to enjoy a better life in their old age. There are 3 suggestions for the government. First of all, we must try to adjust supply and demand to provide services to those in need. And secondly, we hope that the budget could provide more dental services to the elderly. And thirdly, private-public partnership. There are actually dental services in the private market which the general public could not enjoy unless they pay a price. There should be more partnership so that the elderly can also enjoy such services. And I also speak in support of the original motion and the amendments.
Mr. Chow Siu Chung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. The shortage of public dental care services have long been criticized by many people. The previously announced healthcare professional manpower estimation report projects a medium to long-run manpower shortage in dentistry. Today, we have a serious shortage of dentists in Hong Kong. For every 10,000 population, there are only 3.7 dentists. It is a much lower ratio than many places. And also, the dentist industry is led by the private sector. Private dental care services are unaffordable. For those who can't afford it, they have to join the long queues waiting for a general public session. They have to endure the pain, and with the delay, they will miss out on the golden treatment opportunity. Because of the shortage of public dental care service quotas, many serving and retired civil servants cannot get the dental services promised. There are only 11 public dental clinics offering limited public services. They only offer the basic dental care packages like tooth extraction and pain relief, but still, there are many people queuing for them. The government should allocate a lot more resources to ramp up the supply of public dental care services, and also there should be more collaboration with the private sector so that needy people can get the services they need. And also we should make sure that serving and retired civil servants can get the dental benefits they have. Now, there are 371 dental positions in the establishment, and there are a lot of vacancies to be filled. The government has difficulties to attract talents to the public sector. Still, we should allocate more resources to ramp up the training places for different dental professionals, including dental therapists and oral hygiene professionals and so on. And also we should extend the functions of dental therapists so that with the supervision of a dentist, dental therapists can offer a wider range of services to the public. And also we have to retain and attract talents in the dental profession. Now, there are fewer and fewer people joining the public sector. In year 2018, the percentage was 36%. In year 2020, the percentage has dropped to 26%. If we can't turn around the situation, well, no matter how many dentist trainees we have, we will not be able to compete with the private sector. We need 6 years to train a dentist. It is a long-term endeavor, but we have to address the short-term needs as well. To address the short-term need, we have to encourage a tripartite collaboration and triage needy patients. Say, for example, elderly people can use the elderly healthcare vouchers to gain access to private dental care services. However, the amount is only $2,000 per year, and dental surgery is very costly. Many elderly people would rather not pay out of their own pockets to get the service because it is simply unaffordable. Now, the government should consider establishing a dedicated dental care vouchers for elderly people to maintain good oral health. Now, the root issue is that we don't have a comprehensive public dental care system. Now, the school dental care service would stop short at secondary school. Under the CCF, we have the Elderly Dental Assistance Program for root canal treatment and scaling. But after that one-time assistance, you have to pay out of your own pocket. The government should meet the public's aspiration to have good oral health and also ensure sufficient services for serving and retired civil servants. I speak in support of all the motions. Mr. Holden Chow. Madam Deputy, first of all, I thank Mr. Ben Chan for moving this motion in relation to our dental service system. I also thank Madam Deputy to co-rise this proposal with Mr. Ben Chan. There are only 11 public dental clinics offering free general public sessions. Well, as many members have mentioned today, it is insufficient. Say, for example, in my constituency in Tuen Mun, the Yan Oi Dental Clinic only offer one morning session for free consultation. There are so much competition that elderly people have to queue overnight. Last year, I paid a visit in the small hours. I talked to the elderly people waiting there to understand their plight. Or they told me the sufferings. Well, you may say there are elderly healthcare vouchers and also other programs to support them, but it's simply insufficient. The allowance is not exclusive, and it's simply not enough. They were left with no choice but to queue overnight for a free public session. And also the range of service is really limited. That is extraction and pain alleviation. Well, since we have raised the concerns with the authority, the disk allocation system has been improved, so we don't see overnight queues anymore. Still, Secretary, we have to think about the root cause of the issue. We have always been asking to drastically increase the number of quotas of general public session, but the point is we don't have enough dentists. So this is what this motion is about. Now the government said it would consider allowing non-locally trained dentists to practice in Hong Kong without passing an examination. As mentioned in the proposal, there should be a requirement in place that these doctors have to serve for at least 5 years in the public dental care system. That is the medium-term solution to help resupply our talent. But what about short-term? In the short run, a quicker measure would be to issue a dedicated dental care vouchers for elderly people. Well, for elderly healthcare vouchers, the use is not dedicated. So we really need a dedicated healthcare vouchers for dental services. We know that the healthcare vouchers the amount of the healthcare vouchers have been increased by $500 yearly. But dental surgeries and other services are very costly. This new dedicated dental service vouchers is really necessary. Well, to save money, many elderly people would choose to receive dental care services in the mainland. So the future dedicated dental care vouchers should also be applicable for dental services in the mainland and in GBA. Now, about the number of dentists, for every 10,000 population, we only have 3.7 dentists. In Japan, there are 8. In South Korea, 5. We are obviously lagging behind the curve. So how can we significantly increase the supply of dentist manpower, especially in the public sector? Well, the government should reflect on why there is a lack of attractiveness in the public sector. Is it an attractive salary? Or is it because of the reduction in dental officers' positions in the establishments earlier on? That's why there is a lack of career mobility. If that's the case, we should offer more positions to them to offer a future to dentists. Thank you. Dr. So Chang Wing. Madam Deputy, a few months ago, media reports told us that grassroots people and elderly people raised the elements and waited for a free public dentist consultation session overnight. With our aging population, there will only be more and more service needs in the dental industry. Elderly people and grassroots people really rely on public healthcare services. At present, we are only offering them with the leftover quotas in dental clinics for civil servants. As mentioned in the motion, we have to formulate a 10-year development strategy to address the conflict. Now we have to reflect on the continuous wastage in the dental industry and think about how to plug the gap and resupply our talent pool. According to the WHO, the latest survey shows that in the US and Europe, the average dentist per population is 0.6 dentists per 1,000 population. As at mid-October 2022, in Hong Kong, we only had some 0.3 dentists per 1,000 population. In the Department of Health, over the past 3 years, there were 16.2% of wastage in the dental officers grade. All these factors lead to a much lower dentist per population ratio compared with other advanced economies. The situation is especially dire in the public sector. The government should also drastically extend the network as well as the range of service and address the unduly long queues. There are only 11 public dental clinics offering free tooth extraction and pain alleviation services to the public. The service is really limited. The opening hours are very short. In the Hong Kong Island, there is only one public dental clinic in Kennedy Town offering free public services. It only opens on Monday and Friday mornings. For some other clinics, the service hours are even shorter. There is only half a day's service per week. The waiting time for a general checkup is 1 year. For root canal treatments and also tooth extraction, the longest wait can be over 3 years. There's a huge gap between demand and supply. I suggest the Health Bureau immediately formulates a short, medium, and long-term strategy to address the situation. Currently, the policy is to raise public awareness and offer only emergency services. The government should extend it drastically to pool the resources of the 18 DHCs to offer a much more comprehensive checkup and referral services for the people. Say, for example, the public-private partnership scheme should be extended to the public dental clinics. Checkups and other treatments should be covered by the public partnership schemes. And also, opening hours should be drastically extended. And also, the establishment of dentists in the public sector should be improved. There should be better promotion opportunities based on experience and capabilities, and there should be sufficient attractions for dentists. I so submit. Thank you.
陳永光議員。
Professor Chen Ming-Kwong. Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Ben Chen for moving the motion to comprehensively review and improve Hong Kong's dental service and manpower needs. Many people said that dental care is the province of the dental care or the dentists, but the TCM can deal with the trigeminal nerves and also dental toothache. We can take advantage of the TCM to deal with the dental problems, and we can achieve pretty good results. So we have the collaboration between Western and Chinese medicine to improve the oral health in Hong Kong. In terms of collaboration between Chinese medicine and Western dentistry, there is very little in the way of cooperation, but from Western experience, the collaboration between Western and Chinese medicine will go a long way to improving the oral health and lower the costs, and more people will be able to avail themselves of the services. As TCM is moving in the right direction, I think the government should consider incorporating the TCM practices into dentistry, so that the oral health services would see the involvement of more professionals, and that would offer a wider range of options to the members of the public. I think the number of dentists and dental officers should be increased. The dentistry covers a broad spectrum with different specialist procedures, and the oral health and dental care are part and parcel of dental health. So the government should really optimize the manpower, in particular the dental therapists. They should be put to better use to supplement the lack of dental officers. Madam Deputy, as Mr. Ben Chen said in his original motion, there is a keen demand for dental services among the senior citizens, but they are deterred because of the exorbitant prices, and they suffer from dental problems, and they lose their teeth, and this is not only undermining the quality of life, but also their general health. So the healthcare voucher scheme and also the dental care programs should be a matter of a long-term commitment on the part of the government. With these words, I support the motion. Mr. Chen Kin-po, Madam Deputy, earlier there were media reports that there were long queues in the street for dental service in Hong Kong, and it says a lot about the keen demand for dental service. I support Mr. Ben Chen's motion. The primary healthcare has been developed for a long time. The government seems to be of the view that we should maintain the general health of the public to the exclusion of dental care. The medical health covers a broad spectrum of issues, and we are extending the preventative primary care, but the dental care has been given a short shrift over the years. Maybe the government is of the view that dental problems are not fatal and they're not providing the right level of service. In the early days in Hong Kong, we had a lot of unlicensed dentists, and they do enjoy high popularity until such time as the walled city was cleared. And people tend to use the services in the private sector a lot, but not everybody can afford it. Simple services like filling, extraction, and scaling would cost anything up to $1,000. It would be expensive even for the middle class, not to mention the grassroots people. I think the government should really revamp the original mindset. Dentistry is a necessity, and there should be right level of services to the public. And it's not easy because of the death of dentists. We have 3.7 dentists per 10,000 population, and these are woefully inadequate. And we have 370 dentists in the public sector, and they're mainly catering for the civil servants, and only a handful of members of the public can avail themselves of the services. That's why people are queuing up overnight for the services. I think that the services should be improved. The other direction is PPP. We have 2,700 dentists. Most of them are in the private sector. The healthcare voucher can be used for dental care, although this is not sufficient. I think the government should issue the dental vouchers to subsidize the dental care in the private sector. Because of the dearth of dentists, we don't really have enough manpower to go around. I think the government should distribute the vouchers for people to seek dental attention in the GPA. Now, people need to have dental implant and other care, and it is very much a new trend for people to visit the GPA for their dental needs. Thank you. Mr. Ronick Chen, Madam Deputy. However, concerned one is about the teeth. People are bound to suffer from certain dental problems when they are aging, and the need for dental services is bound to creep up as time goes by. The dental decay is undermining the quality of life. The public dental services are providing services with a waiting time of 12 months or more. For root canal operation, it would be anything up to 39 months. And this is really not good enough. In September last year, many members said that in 6 clinics, the government would register the patients to offer the need for them to queue up overnight, but this is very ineffective, and people will have to register again, and those who are denied the chance will have to queue up once again. Why is it that people will have to go to all this trouble for the fundamental services? Now, Hong Kong prides itself as a smart city. Why do we need overnight queuing? Why not telephone booking or online booking instead? The government has rolled out the assistance program for dental care and also the healthcare voucher scheme to subsidize the dental care for the elderly, but the amount is nowhere near enough to pay for the expensive private dental care. For those who have visited the private clinic will understand that prior to the operation, an X-ray would cost anything up to a few $100 to $1,000. Now, the $2,000 would be enough to meet the fees for only one single visit or 1.5 visit. The government is going to set up a working group on oral health and dental care, and a review would be undertaken to make sure that people will have high quality dental service. I think this is a step in the right direction, and this is well worth supporting. But by the end of last year, we said that we have 2,700 registered dentists. I mean, we have different ratio per one compared with 30 advanced jurisdictions. We are third from the bottom. In the UK, the dental care is provided in the healthcare service, and all low-income people would be able to get the lion's share of subsidy. But in Hong Kong, the services are mainly made available in the private sector. 90% of the dentists are in the private sector. For the public sector, as we said many times, and main recipients are the civil servants. And for the 11 clinics, they have 1 or 2 half-day service. They distribute 400 or so discs per week. So this says a lot about the quality, the level of services provided by the public sector. We are in a leading position in terms of dentistry. Our dentists are really ranking top in the world. But I mean, we are lagging really far behind other jurisdictions. The government said that the places will be increased to 90 in dentistry, but it would take anything up to 6 years to train up a dentist. The government should come up with a specific timetable to review the manpower situation, maybe a midterm review every 5 years and a major review every 10 years. And they should introduce non-locally trained dentists to plug the gap. There should also be PPP to meet the demand arising from the dental problems. I am truly grateful to Mr. Ben Chen for moving this motion to urge the administration to review and improve the dental service and manpower needs. And I support all the other amendments. Thank you very much.
議員。
Mr. Chen Pui-le. Oral health is essential to a person's living standard. Many elderly are not able to have a proper diet intake because of unhealthy teeth. However, due to a shortage of manpower and a lack of quotas for general public sessions, the grassroots and many of them elderly would need to queue up overnight for dental services. Therefore, there is a need to review dental services and to come up with new measures. Currently, there are around 2,700 registered dentists, so it's around 3.7 dentists per 10,000 people, which is much lower than the mainland and Singapore. Although there would be an increase in the training places for dentistry. Since training takes 6 years, there is actually no means of alleviating the shortage within a short period of time. The government is looking into the introduction of overseas dentists. According to the latest numbers at HA, there are only 5 eligible dentists so far. So can this really alleviate the shortage of manpower? Currently, in the government, out of the 300 establishments, there is a shortage of 50. In the short run, therefore, the government should try to leverage the services of dental therapists and surgery assistants. They actually play a very important role in dentistry and can provide services pre and post dental treatments. It is not as difficult to become a dental assistant as the wait for public dental services is long. A private-public partnership would be much needed, and this is actually the most imminent solution. Currently, what we lack most is elderly public dental services. However, with only $2,000 in the elderly health voucher, it is not enough for them to cover dental services as well. Can the government consider providing vouchers that can extend to dental services and then extend the coverage to the vulnerable and also to those with disabilities, and perhaps to contract out services so that those in need will be able to enjoy dental healthcare services for those who are unable to afford them. Earlier on, under the program by the government of providing mobile dental services, they're actually much welcome by the elderly. But due to the completion of the contract, this program was suspended. Mobile dental services can provide pain alleviation and scaling and also basic services. General public sessions only provide tooth extraction and pain relief treatment. We must ensure that we can satisfy the needs of the general public. Children dental services should also be included. Currently, the school dental care service does not include those under primary age, and many cavities are actually seen in those under 5. We must ensure that these pre-primary students can also enjoy dental services so as to better prevent cavities. I speak in support of Chan Han Pang's original motion and the other amendments. This is Regina Ip. I speak in thanks to Chan Han Pan for raising his original motion to comprehensively review and improve Hong Kong's dental service system and manpower needs. I also support the amendments other than that by Chen Ho-yen. I also understand that toothache is worse than huge sickness. There is a shortage in manpower, and with the aging population, there is more imminent need for dental services for the elderly. After listening to my colleagues speak and after listening to the secretary, it seems there is no immediate solution. Hong Kong lacks dentists and dental therapists. As many of my colleagues have pointed out, we only have about 2,651 dentists out of 7 million population and only 497 dental therapists, which is a huge shortage. According to the government's report on the health manpower estimate, the shortage can only be met by 2045. It takes 6 years to train up a dentist, a dental therapist 2 years. So this is not something that can be resolved in the short term. Even if the government is willing to earmark more resources, we will still need to identify venues and to have enough teachers and instructors. I heard that HKU is looking into building an experimental lab in Pak Fu Lam, and they will need to build this on a green area, which has been objected by the public or by those living nearby. I have reservations on Chen Ho-yen's amendment on providing a dental voucher, because the health vouchers can already be spent on dental services, and that our recurrent expenses have been huge. In the past 5 years, social welfare, education, and health services since 2017 to 18 have doubled. And these constitute about 60% of our recurrent expenses. And I think there's an increase of 40% in health services. Our reserves from peak times in 2018 over 1.1 trillion now has now decreased to 800 billion. We must ensure healthy reserves, and therefore I object to increasing our recurrent expenses, to expand coverage to dental care vouchers and other social welfare services. In order to meet the demand, we must try to enhance manpower, and we should allow more overseas dentists to practice in Hong Kong. I remember in the past, other than Commonwealth dentists, there are also dentists from the Philippines. Since we see a huge shortage of manpower, we should relax the restrictions and to attract more power into Hong Kong. I support the original motion and the amendments by other colleagues. I just have reservations on Chen Ho-yen's amendment. Thank you. Ms. Nixie Lam. Thank you. I speak in support of Chen Hanpen's original motion. Our toothache is much worse than sickness. I'm sure that many of you have experienced it. Oral health is very important. If you do not own oral health, it affects diet intake and also affects your standard of living. Although in Hong Kong, we have the top ranking dental college and also the best dentist, the public dental services in Hong Kong is in huge shortage. We have 40 public dental clinics in Hong Kong, but they mostly provide service to civil servants, retired civil servants, and their families. Only 11 of them open up 1 or 2 sessions per week to the general public and provide only acute services such as tooth extraction and treatment of pain relief. Therefore, the general public can only seek services in the private market. And fee quite exorbitant in the private market. Even if the elderly has health voucher, to teeth implant and dentures cost tens of thousands of dollars, and $2,000 of elderly healthcare voucher is really inadequate to meet those needs. There are also other vulnerable groups that have been neglected. Those with intellectual disabilities are some of them are not able to brush their own teeth properly, and so you see gum diseases and cavities, and they're also very sensitive to the dental equipment when they're in use. Therefore, it is not easy for them to seek suitable dental services. I visited a clinic in Kwai Ching last year, and they're actually part of the Health Teeth Collaboration Program, providing oral health education. But currently, only 5 organizations have joined such collaboration. I suggest the government enhance the quota and also do more promotion so that more people could benefit from this collaboration. I also suggest that training be open up to dentists so that dentists can also learn how to treat those with intellectual disabilities. Although the level of dentistry in Hong Kong is very high. However, there are only about 2,700 registered dentists in Hong Kong, and only 300 of them are actually in special dentistry. And compared to 5 dentists for every 10,000 people elsewhere, we actually lag behind with only 3.7 per 10,000. In the 2020 to 2023 to 2024 to 2025 academic year, the government has increased the training places in dentistry from 80 per cohort to 90 per cohort. So that is actually a small step towards improvement. However, the shortage of dentists would remain in the short to medium term because the training up of dentists takes 6 years. So it would be 6 years later before we can see dental graduates. In order to resolve this situation, I suggest that we should also try to set up time-limited dentistry services and to introduce talents to come into Hong Kong to work in this area so as to expand the services. The government must also enhance training and also to hire more dental therapists and to actually transfer scaling and polishing work to therapists so that dentists can treat more acute and professional problems. In the long run, the government must also ensure that by using the health centers to try to expand the scope to all 18 districts, and to ensure that we can do more in terms of prevention to ensure oral healthy habits in Hong Kong.
Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Ben Chan for moving the original motion and the amendments moved by the 4 other members. Today is the first council meeting in year 2023. I woke up early in the morning and bake some homemade char siu for our members. I think all members enjoyed my cooking. Well, I always say that while we still have teeth, we should enjoy these local gourmet. Well, dental health is very important. With bad teeth, it would affect your appetite and hence your health. Well, because of our lack of dentists, the public dental services are always in shortage. And because of the costly services, many people choose not to scale their tooth and do checkups. As a result, their oral health deteriorates. And with our aging population, the supply shortage will continue to worsen. I and the BPA agree with the main points mentioned in the motion that we should establish a 10-year development strategy for dental services and establish short, medium, and long-term solutions to address the service needs. Mr. John Lee, in his first policy address, mentioned that the primary healthcare blueprints would be delivered and DHCs would become the key service locations for offering primary healthcare as well as dental care services. And also a working group on reviewing dental services would be established to advise the governments on how to enhance the service model. Well, I suggest that we make use of this opportunity and also make reference to the oral health survey 2022 carried out by the Department of Health to establish short, medium, long run strategies and chart the direction and set a practicable timetable and roadmap so that more quality dental services can be provided to members of the public under the public and private and also collaborated model. We have to take a multi-pronged approach and take forward targeted efforts. In the short run, we should review the primary dental service network. There are only 11 public dental clinics in Hong Kong. They are distributed unevenly in terms of geography, and also their opening hours are erratic. We should deploy mobile dental service vans to all 18 districts so that people who are immobile don't have to cross to other districts to receive service. And also we should make use of DHCs and DHCs Express to offer dental checks for the public and encourage them to seek help. And also we should better utilize the private sector in offering dental services. Now, because of the costly services, we should roll out dental care vouchers to help those with lesser financial means. In the long run, we have to increase the supply of dental manpower. We should combine our dental, the strength of our dental schools and our hardware to increase the supply of talents. And also, while protecting the benefits of locally trained dentists, we should consider introducing non-locally trained dentists who are qualified. We should extract Hong Kong residents who are dental experts practicing overseas to serve Hong Kong people. In the long run, we should also integrate into the GBA development. While many Hong Kong people are choosing to live and retire in the GBA cities, we should encourage more collaboration in terms of dental services across the boundary and allow application of healthcare vouchers across the two places. Thank you. I support the motion and all the amendments. Thank you. Mr. Tommy Chang. Madam Deputy. Now, oral health is of utmost importance. Like Dr. Low said, elderly people who have no teeth would suffer a lot. Prevention is always better than treatment. However, because of the prohibitive cost, many people would delay seeking assistance and they would only take painkillers. For elderly people, they don't have teeth, so they can't chew solid food. They can't even eat fish balls. And in the end, it causes malnutrition. All along, we have a serious shortage of dentists. When I was still a kid, I don't think Madam Deputy was born yet. We had dentists from the Philippines and also from Taiwan. Now we are increasing the number of dentists at a snail's pace. It is lagging far behind the increase in population. The supply-demand gap is ever widening. It drove up prices. As a result, dental care costs an astronomical sum. Say, for example, a scaling costs $1,000 for dental. It costs $10,000 per tooth. And for other services, it can even cost $20,000. According to the WHO standards, in industrialized countries, the standard ratio between dentists and population should be 1 dentist per 1,000 people. For many in our country, the dentist per population ratio is higher than that. In Hong Kong, however, there are only 0.3 dentists per 10,000 people. There are only we are short of 1,400 dentists in Hong Kong. Now, according to the dentist, the Dental Council, we have 2,400 dentists and also 310 dental specialists. Well, given the size of our population, the amount is too small. So we need to take a two-pronged approach. We have to introduce non-locally trained dentists to Hong Kong. On the other hand, we have to help the public to build a habit to protect their oral health. This is down to education and publicity. On my first suggestion, the Dental Council in Hong Kong in year 2015 suggested that the recruitment of non-locally trained dentists should be increased to 2 sittings per year. And also, examination requirements should be relaxed. However, the result is not significant. I suggest we increase the number of sittings per year to 3 to 4 times per year, and also extend the source countries of candidates to places farther away. In the 2022 policy address, the CE suggested opening up new pathway for non-locally trained doctors to come serve in Hong Kong. The Health Bureau has been consulting the stakeholders concerning the plan. Well, with this promise made by the government, I ask the government introduce a bill to the LegCo this year. Now we have 50 dentists position to be filled in the establishment, and there are a lot of there is a huge shortage in the public dental service system. I think we should make the system more attractive to dentists, and also we have to enhance oral health awareness among grassroots people. Now this is all about having the basic knowledge on how to protect your oral health. And we shouldn't neglect our domestic helpers as well. Many source countries of our foreign domestic helpers do not have good oral health education campaign. And also, in the short run, we should offer an allowance for elderly people to fix the teeth. Time's up. Dr. Priscilla Leung. Madam Deputy. Now, no one wants to suffer from tooth pain. Early treatment is important, but it really costs a lot. If you are in so much pain, sometimes you would rather your tooth be extracted, but even that may be unaffordable. Over the past 8 years, during every policy address and budgets and debates, I put forward an idea that is the 18th District Mobile Dental Service van. When I was a kid, I was born in a grassroots family. We had mobile healthcare vans visiting our neighborhood, and everyone could get free medical services. In my constituency, that is Kowloon West, over the past 8 years in Sham Shui Po, the Zhang area, where there are a lot of elderly singletons. Well, the location is very remote. There is no clinic. Now in Kai Tak and Fucheng, we have also conducted a trial of mobile healthcare vans, which is very popular. Now, the Kwai Chung District Council has allocated $70 million to deploy 2 mobile dental service vans. Many people were benefited from the van. However, the Yan Chai Hospital decided to cut the service because of a lack of funding. Now, we have been collaborating with an association to deploy a dentist van. Each van would cost $3.5 to $4 million per year, and 3,000 patients can be served. Well, I have seen it with my own eyes. Children can get dental checkups, tooth extraction and scaling service. This is a one-stop service, and it is also very popular among elderly people. Well, actually, the dental schools have told us that they are very eager to join the scheme. They would be willing to offer mobile dental services on vans to the 18 districts at a very reasonable price. If there is a mobile dental service van in each district, it would be equivalent to 1.5 dental clinic for each district. It is some $800 million per district. For 2 vans, it will cost $1.6 billion. Now, you have to pay $10 to $20 per session, but the patients will be happy. My point is, it is simply impossible to ask the dentist to offer their services for free. I know that. Well, back in when I was young, I had many friends who were dental school graduates. Well, it's not always that they would be seeing patients. So they are actually very eager to give back to society. But I don't think that the government has a comprehensive plan in this regard. At some point, some people criticize that we have an oversupply of dentists. I'm glad that my friend are still staying in the field. Now, my idea, it would cost $1.6 billion. It is really beneficial. I'm fine with whatever plan to introduce overseas talents. But why can't we make use of our local talents? Well, with our local talents, the insurance company would be more open to the idea and support the idea of mobile dental van. There can be a van nearby your home. So this would be music to the ears of the grassroots. Now, previously, Professor Chen was too busy in fighting the epidemic. I hope Professor Low would accept my idea, and everyone would be thankful to you. Thank you.
黎棟國議員、
Stella Chongkwok, Madam Deputy, there is a serious shortage of dental care in Hong Kong, and this is playing for everybody. Now, let me come back to the original intention. The Medical Development Council has already laid down the oral health target to be achieved by 2025. And all these targets that were subscribed to by the then administration, and they have put in place the plans. The plan has been in place for so many years, but according to 2017 Director of Audit report number 68 in 2010, a lot of the targets fell by the wayside, like the target of tooth decay free target. It was 70%, but I mean the target achieved was only 49%. The tooth decay free for 46-year-old or below, it is falling short of target. So from 2011 to today, one would expect some improvement. But in 2017, in answer to the direct audit, the department said that because of the changes in circumstances, the target set so many years ago do not make much sense. I think this kind of response is nothing short of ridiculous. If the target is too outdated, we can bring this up to date instead of doing virtually nothing over the years. And when questioned, they said the circumstances have changed and there is water under the bridge. I mean, it's this kind of response and indication that between 1991 and now, the government has done virtually nothing. Now, the direct audit may serve a reminder on the government about this target being unmet. We've been waiting for so many years after the direct audit report. Has the government done anything to update the target? In 2019, the government set up an expert panel to review and put in place more appropriate oral health target. But have we heard anything since? I've drawn a blank from the administration and look forward to some reply. The target is a motivating force. Without any target, we are rudderless. We will not be going anywhere. So I think the government should really set a clear target for dental care in Hong Kong. I hope that the administration would review the dental service system and come up with some clear targets for us to improve the well-being of the citizens. I wouldn't say that there is inaction on the part of the government. The number of graduates has increased from 50 in early days to 90, more like doubled. But at the same time, the dental services are falling short of needs. Now we have 371 dentists in the government sector. There is a vacancy of 58, and that's why we've seen people queuing overnight for the dental appointment. And this is the last thing we'd like to see happen ever again. So the Health Bureau is seeking to introduce qualified non-locally trained doctors. We pin very high hope on this scheme, and I look forward to the bill to be introduced to the council sooner rather than later. I'm wondering whether the government should make sure that the non-locally trained dentists would serve for the government for some time before leaving for the private sector. Madam Deputy, the civil servants are also suffering. There is a long-term shortage of service. Waiting time is getting ever longer. I mean, scaling, it would take 1.5 years, and the appointments are shifting all the time. The NPP made the recommendation earlier that the government should take out insurance for the civil servants, or at least they should subsidize the insurance premium so the civil servants can seek dental service from the private sector. So I speak. Mr. Edward Leung. Madam Deputy, I rise to speak in support of the motion and the amendments. I support all these ideas. There is a serious shortage of dental care. There are 11 dental clinics providing public dental services. In particular, many elderly people are queuing for the service. In Hong Kong East, where I serve, there is not a single one. There is one on Hong Kong Island that's in Kennedy Town, but it's open in the morning of Mondays and Fridays, and people will have to queue up for the service. Many senior citizens are telling me that they have to queue up at the crack of dawn, and if they fail, they will have to queue up all over again. I mean, toothache is more serious than other illnesses. Maybe paracetamol will not be the answer to the problem, and they are hanging in the balance. They find it difficult to make an appointment. So this is very much a headache for the general public. The WHO has a target, 80-20. It means that by 80, we hope that the senior citizens will have 20 healthy teeth in their mouth. But if I ask the officials to take a look at the general public dental services, that these, I mean, I would challenge you to tell me that the 80-year-olds that don't even have 20 healthy teeth. So can the elderly people have a dignified life in their twilight years? If senior citizens are suffering from dental problems and they end up being dentureless, then it certainly would compromise their old life. Some say that technology is really good these days, and people can fix the false teeth. I'm sure that those who say this would be young people or the businessmen in the dental business. The real teeth, I said, it would be far better than false teeth. Now, this is something that we're born with, so we don't have to pay for them. So as a responsible government, we have to help the elderly people to look after their own health. And this is an inshakable responsibility. So from that perspective, the government has a lot to answer for. So the DAB urges the government to designate a $2,000 dental voucher scheme so that they don't have to queue up for the dental service in the public sector, and there is not enough service to meet the demand. And I'm sure that if we can take full advantage of the private sector, we can certainly make available the basic services like scaling and filling, and that would make sure that they will not lose their teeth. And this is a designated scheme specifically for the senior citizens. It will not be used for any other purposes. Furthermore, the administration should fully review the long waiting time for dental appointment. I know that the government has put in place some measures. They put in place some measures to avoid overnight queuing, but they are making some difference to the queuing arrangement. The quota still remains pretty much the same, and the senior citizens will have to wait for an awful long time for the meager services. So the government should consider how best they can increase the quota so that the old people will stand to benefit. President, I'm sure that anyone who suffered from dental decay or toothache would agree that toothache is really worse than being taken seriously ill. I hope that the government would restore a good set of teeth for the senior citizens. Ms. Doreen Kong. The teeth are an indication of health for the senior citizens. The dental health would have everything to do with the quality of life. And our day-to-day interaction with people, we are affected by the dental health. Serious dental problem would affect a lifespan. 1/3 of the adults between 35 and 44 do suffer from tooth decay to different extents. It shows that the dental care is woefully inadequate in Hong Kong. I think we have to look at the development in Hong Kong. There is a shortage in the public sector. This is a perennial problem. For the grassroots people, they would avoid going to the dentist because of the exorbitant fees, and the problem would worsen and worsen. The major problem attributes to the fact that there is a shortage of dental care from the public sector, and people will have to go to the private sector for the dental care. For the grassroots, the fees and charges in the private sector are really too expensive for them. It's beyond their affordability. There is another problem of a lack of dental care development. There is a lack of funding. There is a lack of coordination. And these are the contributing factors causing the collapse of many of the services. And over the past 3 years, statistics show that the DH has lost a total of 64 dentists. The vacancy rate is 16%. The mass exodus of dentists from the public sector is limiting the development of dental care. I think the government should come up with a more flexible policy to make up for the shortfall. And the government has done something about the registration system, but to limited effect. Over the past 10 years, statistics show that those who get registered, the number stands between 3 and 27, and this is nowhere near meeting the demand. There is only one university offering dentistry, and there is only one institution offering training for dental therapists. And there is not enough newcomers to make up for the shortfall, and this is worrying. In the US, the dental care is improving. In Germany, the number of dentists 50% of the number of doctors. In Hathaway, they have 100 dental clinics to serve the population. Dental care has become an industry in Germany. And they have 20 or so clinics providing dental care. And in Germany, they are making people undergo dental checkup every single year. They're covered by insurance. In the region, there is the coordinated services. In Singapore, they have the social insurance protection, and there is specific clinic provided. In Taiwan, they have introduced the oral health legislation to promote oral health. In Japan, for certain age brackets, they do have specific targets. So oral health is not a problem that happens overnight. It is built up over the years because of undesirable oral health habits. So prevention is always better than cure. We rely so much on cure instead of prevention. And more importantly, I think we should really tackle the oral health. We have to come up with long-term strategies and consolidate all the resources and make available the resources to protect the oral health of general public. Thank you.
Mr. Chan Hak-kan. President, I believe that everyone deserves a set of healthy teeth and every person should enjoy basic dental services. Many grassroots, especially those retired, think that dental services are very expensive and they would not go for regular checkup and regular scaling. Therefore, their teeth deteriorate. Although the government would say there is the elderly healthcare voucher and also dental clinics, we understand that a visit to the dentist is exorbitant and you might have to use almost all of your healthcare vouchers. And even if you've accumulated vouchers, you would still use them all up. Rather than to pay for dental implants, why can't we support the elderly or members of the public to enjoy basic dental care services or regular checkups and scaling to prevent dental diseases? Currently, the healthcare policy does not place enough importance to gum diseases. Although we do have the highest life expectancy amongst the world, we still need to enjoy a good standard of living. In Hong Kong, about 30% people live under poverty, and many of those elderly actually suffer from gum diseases and many other dental problems. Out of the 30%, only 30% of those receive regular dental checkups. You would thus understand why people would not go for regular checkups. That is because of their high cost. The elderly already finds it difficult to support a basic living. Dental service actually to them seems like a luxury. For every 18 non-RCHE resident, there is one who has lost all their teeth. And almost all of those who do not live in RCHE suffer from dental diseases or gum diseases. Therefore, this situation is very serious in grassroots, especially the elderly. We should not solely rely on the private sector. Although the Department of Health offers basic dental services in public sessions, they're only limited to acute services such as treatment of pain relief, also to treatment of oral abscess and teeth extraction. And there is only limited public sessions. It is actually not comparable to the population number. Recently, I heard that there is a very long waiting time for dental services, and it is not realistic to have the elderly wait and queue up for these general public sessions. I have always requested for long-term dental services. I think I've spoken about this for over 10 years. And finally, I see the light at the end of a tunnel that our chief executive has suggested a strategy for dental services. This is happy news for the public. However, I would like to take this opportunity to request the government to incorporate dental services into our regular medical services and that mobile services be provided to those in need. We should also increase dental vouchers, the number of quotas in the general public sessions, and of course the training of more manpower to meet the shortage of dental services. I support Chen Hanfan's motion and all the amendments. Mr. Di Chen. Thank you, President. Teeth is very important for us to chew our food properly. So when we suffer from dental problems, it affects not only our teeth and gums, but also our entire physical health. It also affects the mental health of many people as well. Therefore, we should try to ensure that everyone enjoys a healthy living. And therefore, I support the motion by Chen Hanpen to review Hong Kong's dental service system. The chief executive, Mr. John Lee, in a visit of one of the clinics, once again reiterated his determination in formulating a strategy for dental services. Prevention is much better than cure. Other than providing awareness in oral health habits, the public dental services in Hong Kong have never really been adequate to meet the demands of the public. Therefore, setting up a division to look into oral health is something welcome by everyone in Hong Kong. We need strong teeth to help us with a proper diet intake. According to the Dental Association, according to statistics from last year, we have 2,506 registered local dentists and 237 overseas dentists. So altogether, there is 2,779 dentists in total in Hong Kong. If we look at our population, it means that for every 10,000 population, there's only 3.7 dentists, which is hugely inadequate as compared to other countries. And this is the reason why people find it so difficult to secure public dental services. People usually try to bear the pain of toothache until they could bear it no longer and visit a private clinic. But then prices can be very high and they would need to pay exorbitant fees to treat those problems. And therefore, this is not an ideal long-term strategy. Looking at the demographics, we're going to move into a very aged population. There is imminent need to enhance our dental services. Many of the dental graduates would go into the private sector instead of providing public services. There is a long-term shortage in manpower in our public services. According to the WHO, those above the age of 80 should own 20 functional teeth to reach this 80-20 ratio. Well, that of course does not include dentures. Currently, I don't think our population can meet this 80-20 target. I hope that the government can make this a goal and to provide enough support to cover dental services in our regular medical services and to introduce more manpower to meet the demands of our society and to provide adequate dental services to the general public. Thank you. Mr. Lee. President, first of all, I'd like to thank Chen Hanpen for moving the original motion of comprehensively reviewing and improving Hong Kong's dental service system and manpower needs. To comprehensively reviewing and improving the system and enhancing manpower needs is very important, and I'm happy to hear that many of the colleagues support this motion. Chen Hanban and I myself, on behalf of DAB, has also come up with a draft on a blueprint for dental services development in the future. So this is only a first draft. I hope that we will continue to improve our blueprint and submit it to the government to win your support. I hope to see this mentioned in the budget or maybe in the next policy address. One of the goals mentioned in this advocate is to formulate a 10-year development strategy and blueprint for dental services. We have been trying to fight for this for over 10 years. Or 10 years is quite a long time. We actually has not seen much improvement in the dental services in the past decade. The only improvement is the community care fund, in which the elderly can enjoy dental assistance. But this is not adequate to meet the needs of the elderly because this is only a one-off assistance. Now all the bureaus are coming up with blueprints. We have innovation and technology blueprint, the blueprint for youth development. I hope that under the leadership of the secretary, you can pledge to also set up a 10-year dental service blueprint. We are trying to be pragmatic. We understand that in the short term, due to the shortage of manpower and consideration of resources, we cannot actually just achieve our goal in one go. We hope to take this step by step so that the general public can see some sort of improvement. I hope the secretary can also relay this to the financial secretary. We are looking into a dental care voucher for the elderly of around $2,000. During inclement weather, when the news report the elderly people queuing up outdoors for a quota, it is very sad and pathetic. We should set a designated voucher for dental service, and that it be applicable to government clinics. And this can help the elderly find a solution in the short term. In the long term, we must enhance training and increase manpower. By going forward step by step, we hope to review the system and improve our dental services. In the short term, we must try to work on prevention. As Dr. Low said, cure is already too late. Prevention works wonders. We must do more in terms of prevention. The best program so far is the school dental care service, yet the elderly are the ones most in need of dental services. Even if we talk about floss, many of the elderly do not know how to use it. If you teach them how to floss their teeth properly, I'm sure it can improve their oral health. We should send out ambassadors to elderly centers to share with them what can be done to have dental health, or to send out mobile teams to them to teach them about oral health.
Mr. Stanley Lee. Thank you, President. Concerning the motion comprehensively reviewing and improving Hong Kong's dental service system and manpower needs, I support it and I support all the amendments. I'm thankful to Mr. Ben Chan for moving this motion so that we can pool our thoughts. We all know that bad dental health can be excruciating. It would affect our diet and health. Now, my constituents always told me about the difficulties in accessing dental care. Private sector dental care is expensive. Many people cannot afford private dental services. They have to join the queue for public dental services. Now, the wait is very long. For an ordinary checkup, the wait is 12 to 18 months. For follow-up treatments like root canal treatments or tooth filling, that is another 19 months. The issue boils down to lack of supply and also prohibitive cost. Now, under the CCF, we have an elderly dental assistance program. For CSSA recipients, we have the dental grant. Well, referring to the LegCo's information, as at March 2022, there were only 93,000 people benefiting under the elderly dental assistance program. There are some 1.45 million elderly people in Hong Kong. Many of them have dental problems because of the lack of oral health awareness and also the prohibitive price and cost in the private dental sector. Some elderly people have to endure it, and also some working poor cannot afford dental services as well. With limited help from the government, they can only endure the pain. So I support the motion. There should be a blueprint for dental services development in the next 10 years. Without adding to the financial burden to the patients, they should be able to enjoy quality dental healthcare services. Now, in the short run, I support the idea of establishing the $2,000 dedicated dental care vouchers, which can be applied across the border. Elderly people who want to save money can have access to dental care services using the dedicated dental care vouchers. Since the government and the Central People's Government are promoting the strategy of integration with the GBA, we should give full play to the rich medical resources in the GBA to help alleviate our pressure. Say, for example, we should consider extending the usage of our healthcare vouchers to grade 3A hospitals in the GBA, for example, Shenzhen Municipal People's Hospital. They have dental clinics offering tooth extraction, tooth filling, and also orthodontics services. For these advanced dental surgery services, they are available. However, at present, the healthcare vouchers is only applicable to the Hong Kong University and Shenzhen Hospital. And there are only so many patients that one hospital can serve. So the government really has to pick up pace to meet the people's needs. And second, we should continue to promote public-private partnership. The policy address stated clearly that we have to shift the focus to prevention and promote primary health care. The purpose is to alleviate the pressure of our public healthcare system and triage needy patients to the private healthcare system. Now, on the public-private partnership model, patients should be subsidized to receive dental care in private dental clinics. It will help cut the waiting time for public services. In the medium to long run, we should streamline the mechanism to introduce non-locally trained dentists. Now, since 1997, every year, only 3 to 27 dentists would have passed the yearly examination hosted by the Dental Council in Hong Kong. And recently, we have seen lots of wastage in the dental trade. Although the government has ramped up the number of training places each year, it is still insufficient. I think the government should really rise up to meet people's needs and alleviate people's pain in waiting. Thank you.
Ms. Elizabeth Quat. President, I speak in support of Mr. Ben Chan's motion debate on comprehensively reviewing and improving Hong Kong's dental service system and manpower needs, as well as the amendments. In August last year, we saw from the news quite frequently that a lot of grassroots as well as elderly people had to wait and queue outside dental clinics. They even had to do it overnight just to get a slot. And this happens in a lot of places, say in Tsuen Wan. These people waited for hours on end just to try to save a bit of money and have their teeth seen to. Hong Kong is an affluent society, yet we see this phenomenon. It breaks our heart. With an aging population, the demand for elderly dental care service has been increasing. But public sector service provision is seriously inadequate. For every 10,000 people, we only have about 357 dentists, which is a lot lower than other places. There is a serious shortage of manpower. The 40 outpatient dental clinics under the Department of Health only serve civil servants. Only 11 of them open to the public for about 4,000 quotas. So elderly people queue and waited for a slot. But in the end, only tooth extraction and pain elevation services are available. They will only extract one tooth. They don't do filling. They don't do any other service. And if you have more than one teeth to be extracted, you will have to queue again. That is grossly unreasonable. I know a lot of elderly people from grassroots families have never seen a dentist. And to a lot of people, dental care is something that they are alien to. They don't have time to queue for a dental clinic place. They don't have time to go elsewhere, and they don't have the money to seek private attention. In 2016, elderly people from low-income groups, 3/4 of them have never seen a dentist. About 90% of them have not been receiving regular checkup. The reason why elderly people don't go see dentists is because it's too expensive. For scaling, it costs hundreds to 1,000. For other services, it easily costs $10,000, and there is very little subsidy from the government. It would be better if you are on CSSA, but not many people are on CSSA. Back in 2013, I asked the government to expand public dental service. 2019, I asked a question seeking oral answer about dental service improvement. However, the replies I have been receiving fall short of anything that is satisfactory. Last week, the DAB announced a proposal on dental service improvement. We have suggested some short-term measures. We think that there should be 2,000 dedicated dental service voucher that can be used across the border. And there should be more places for training dentists, and there should be flexibility in allowing non-locally trained dentists to practice here. And for dental therapists and assistants, the establishment should be expanded. Public dental service should be a regular service, serving as a safety net for those in need. Mr. Ben Chen proposed a mobile dental service vehicle. It's a very good idea. We dread toothache. We see elderly people without any teeth. They can't eat properly, and it depresses them. So I ask government to pay more attention to the needs of elderly people. They should hear us and amend the law as soon as possible. Mr. Tan Yue Heng. Thank you, President. In Hong Kong, we have a serious inadequate manpower as well as a service provision in Hong Kong. There is imbalance between supply and demand. It's very difficult for people to get the service, and then the service is expensive. Please remove your mobile phone. In April last year, in relation to dental service, I asked a written question. A number of members have also asked similar questions here. So it's very clear that dental service has drawn public attention. I thank Mr. Van Chan for moving the motion so that we have another chance to focus our attention on this debate. In relation to dental service, the main service supply is on the private sector. There is also emergency service. Grassroots find it difficult to have access to the service. The crux of the problem is a serious manpower shortage, especially in the public sector. A number of members have made similar remarks. If no concrete measure is taken, there is no solution to be found. It makes us more concerned whether the increasing demand from an aging population can be resolved. I asked the government to put in place comprehensive plans to improve dental service. I have some suggestions. First, there will be about 400 graduates for dental service in the coming 5 years, but that is seriously inadequate. There should be other measures put in place to resolve the problem. There is a demand for emergency dental service. If they can find a solution, it should be implemented. Eligible institutions should be allowed to provide service even if they are in the Greater Bay Area. Well, for Department of Health, there is only emergency service in the form of tooth extraction and pain relief available for the general public. These dental hygienists should provide more services to meet service demand. In the medium term, non-locally trained dentists should be allowed to practice under the limited registration regime. As long as the reputation and service quality is kept, the use of non-locally trained dentists should be allowed. The government should put in place good licensing regime and supervision regime. I heard that there will be new pathways introduced to introduce non-locally trained dentists. Once they have the details, please consult the public. I hope that we'll be able to see details soon. In terms of competing for talents, yes, we can attract them to come to Hong Kong. At the same time, we should train local talents. The government should also look into the term of employment, trying to retain talent. We have a serious shortage in dental practitioners. After extensive consultation, I asked the government to put in place focused measures to address the issue. I ask members to support Mr. Chan's this motion. Mr. Kwok Wai Keung, I speak to support the original motion as well as the amendments. We're talking about manpower issues in a professional field. But when it comes to dentists, it's related to the general living standard of Hong Kong people. If because of a shortage in dental service, people can't enjoy a good meal, even if they enjoy a good salary, that will be concerning. Well, people asked how come that if a profession earns $1 million a month, how come that there is still manpower shortage? I'll address the issue later. We have service shortage. And I would like to say that this shortage affects the civil service as well. For civil servants, dental clinics, there is a manpower shortage. A couple of months ago, when we had the public service panel, there was a paper for civil service dental clinics. There is a shortage of 65 dentists, which is about 22% in terms of vacancy, which is a high level. So civil servants will have to wait for a very long time to have their teeth seen to. That is not satisfactory. Civil servants clinics are part of the employment benefits. With the manpower shortage, the benefits have been undermined. I asked the government to address that. If we look at Singapore, they encourage the trade to extend their operating hours, say 9 p.m. Not just public ones, but private ones as well. Our government can come up with some incentives for dentists to work longer hours. According to information from the Dental Council for non-local graduates in dentistry, they will have to sit for the examination and obtain a permit. In 2018 and 2019, there are 19 and 27 eligible candidates that have passed the examination to practice here starting from 2020 because of the pandemic. There was only one examination held. Only on part 1, only 5 passed. So I think that the pandemic also has an impact on non-local manpower. Now we have resumption of normalcy. More work should be put into this area to address the problem. Of course, we have to make available dental service to the general public. At the same time, the government should come up with ideas to attract youngsters to join the profession. For those who are in the profession, they should be retained. Would the government consider introducing a mandatory period of service upon graduation, just like in the healthcare system? They do need to do something to address this acute shortage. Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Chen Hangban, you may now speak on the amendment. I thank the 4 amenders for the amendments. They have supplemented on some ideas in my original motion. Ms. Chen Hoi Yan made some suggestions that I fully agree with. I think they are feasible and they're also contained in our proposal. That is to make good use of dental therapists or dental hygienists. They have professional quality to carry out scaling and filling service. but they will not significantly increase public spending. In relation to Ms. Jovi Chan's amendment, a number of members expressed reservation. I asked these members to support her amendment. She said in the amendment that given the manpower shortage in the coming decade, well, we already have a manpower shortage. It's not just something that will happen in a decade. She also talked about elderly dental care clinic in all 18 districts. But we're talking about dental clinics for the general public, not just for the elderly. However, these are good ideas and should be supported. They complement my original ideas. Mr. David Lam mentioned one point that is worth our support, that is public-private partnership that can be further promoted. Regarding Mr. Lee Chun-keung's amendment, he talked about admitting qualified non-locally trained dental healthcare personnel as appropriate. That's worth our support as well. So I support all 4 amendments, and I hope members will do so as well. I so submit.
Secretary for Health. President, I'm very pleased and I'm grateful to members for the valuable comments and suggestions from members today. I'm particularly grateful to Mr. Chen Hanpen's motion on comprehensive review and improvement to Hong Kong's dental service system and manpower needs, and also amendments from 4 members and also 30 members who have spoken on this topic. As I said in my opening remarks, the current dental policy of the government is on prevention and help to the disadvantaged groups and to provide emergency care. The Secretary in his 2022 policy address said that we're going to set a working group on oral health and dental care to comprehensively review existing dental care services and manpower-related issues. Views expressed by members, including the submissions from Mr. Chen and Mr. Lee, and that is to formulate a 10-year development strategy for dental services. They will all be conveyed to the working group for its consideration. I'm particularly pleased to hear from members your support for our all-along policy, and that is prevention is better than cure. Mr. Albert Leung said that it's much better to have real teeth than dentures, and Ms. Carmen can talk about 80-20 now. By the age of 80, if you can still have 20 teeth of your own, that is real health. And Dr. Tik Chi Yuen talked about a toothless tiger. I think there's can be a warning to the general public. For a tiger which is toothless, then it won't be able to eat, not to mention catch its prey. But an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth is not the best approach, because it's very costly to give a tiger a tooth implant. It's not just costly, but also dangerous. So it's best that we don't have any toothless tiger. And therefore, prevention is better than cure. And the government has to stress once again that on dental care policy, we want to make use of publicity and education so that everyone attaches importance to oral health. And we should start from young kids. Our oral health education should tell our young kids how to take care of their oral health. And members of the public should also invest in primary health care and in health management. Now, the government just announced as primary health care blueprints recently, and we're going to shift the focus from treatment to prevention. This is also applicable in oral health and dental health. So long as we maintain good oral health habits, we can greatly reduce the need for complicated dental treatment because of dental issues. The government hope that by means of effective use of resources. Now, Mrs. Regina Ip said that we're now in a rather difficult fiscal position and we should use our resources effectively. We should encourage the public to have good oral health habits to prevent dental problems. That is better than subsidizing complicated and costly dental treatment, including tooth implant. And for oral health education, I'm pleased to hear from members the importance they attach to oral health, and in particular, they have recognition for our oral health education. The Oral Health Education Division of the Department of Health has various oral health promotion programs targeted at different age groups. And in maternal and child health centers, we have developed pamphlets for oral health care of babies, so that when doctors carry out health and development monitoring of young babies, pamphlets can be given to new parents to take care of the oral health of their babies. And for students in childcare centers and kindergartens, the Department of Health has a Brighter Smiles for the New Generation program. They have new types of teaching materials, so the parents and children can establish good toothbrushing and smart diet habits, so that they learn from young how to brush their teeth properly and to develop smart diet habits to prevent dental problems in the future. The Department of Health has also got a Brighter Smiles Playland, specially designed for 4-year-old children. Children from childcare centers and kindergartens can go there and play for free, so that they can learn good oral care habits through interactive games and activities. The Department of Health will continue to encourage more KGs and CCCs to take part in such programs and activities. And there is also the Bright Smiles mobile classroom and also Bright Smiles campus program to promote oral health. We have a bus and also school-based and outreaching approach to promote oral health to KG and CCC students. As regards whether we can have oral or school dental care services for KG kids like what we do for primary school students, I think this is a good suggestion the working group will consider. The Dental School of Hong Kong U has got a subvention from the Jockey Club Charities Fund. They have started a Jockey Club preschool oral health program. Starting from 2020-21, KG children or young kids can join the scheme on a voluntary basis. They can receive dental checkup, and if they have dental decay, they will be given treatment, and parents are taught how to handle dental health issues. The program we will consider whether the program can be extended to other age groups. Now, the Department of Health has also got promotion activities for secondary schools, including one called Teens Health, and there is also the Lofty campaign, and senior secondary students are trained to promote and educate lower form schoolmates. They become mentors. They will serve as peer leaders to educate their fellow schoolmates the importance of oral health care and hygiene. Every year, the Department of Health has got a theme-based Love Tea campaign using the mass media to promote oral health to everyone in the community. Such promotional activities and the extension of school dental care services to kindergartens will wait for the final recommendations of the working group on oral health and dental care. Mr. Lai Tong Kok talked about oral health objectives that they were established in 1991. In 2019, the Department of Health set up an expert group to review our oral health objectives. Members include representatives from the Faculty of Dentistry of the University of Hong Kong, the Hong Kong Dental Association, the College of Dental Surgeons of Hong Kong, and dental experts from the Department of Health. The expert group has reviewed the objectives set back then, and according to the expert group, the target days are far too away. The targets were set for 2010 and 2025 respectively, and there might be unforeseen changes during the long period. So the goals were set in 1991 for all the way to 2025. Those goals might be already outdated. So based on the findings of the oral health survey done in 2021, the expert group will set more appropriate targets for 2030, and they will advise the government in a timely manner acceptable or feasible suggestions. As for public dental health services, many members have commented on our current services. I have to stress that general dental services are mainly provided by the private sector and an NGO. Dentists serving the public sector account for less than 10% of the dentists in Hong Kong, and we face a manpower shortage in public dental health care. We have 300 or so dentists in our establishment, but the vacancies are over 70. So we cannot just use money to compete with the private sector when it comes to manpower recruitment. Given the situation, the government will focus its resources on emergency dental services and specific groups, which I elaborated on earlier on, and will not repeat those details. So the positioning of our public health care and dental sector will be reviewed by the working group. Dr. Priscilla Leung asked whether we can have a mobile dental vehicles to provide services. That will be considered by the working group again. Elderly health care vouchers scheme again is a subject close to the heart of members. It is suggested that we should have a dedicated voucher scheme for dental services. Yes, there are merits to this suggestion, but then it would affect the flexibility and autonomy of the general public. Some members of the public may not have as great a need for dental services. The 2022 announced that the government is going to introduce a 3-year pilot scheme. So the $2,000 medical healthcare voucher scheme will be increased to $2,500. The $500 will be deposited into the account of the user after he has spent $1,000 on primary healthcare services for prevention and health management. I think this is addressed to what Mr. Gary Chen said. The earlier we invest money in dental prevention and healthcare, the better, because you don't have to spend too much. It's just like a vehicle. If you have a regular maintenance, you don't have to wait until it has broken down or after you have a crash. So this is actually a critical point in primary healthcare. So we want to place our healthcare voucher on health management and prevention. So prevention and health management should include dental care services. We encourage our elderly persons to make good use of our healthcare vouchers to protect their dental health. When the details are available, we will announce to the public. Many members just now expressed their concern for cross-boundary dental services. Indeed, the current healthcare voucher scheme is applicable in the Sham Chun Hospital of the Hong Kong University. Elders can use the voucher in the Sham Chun Hospital of Hong Kong University. The hospital has got a very popular dental service as well. After we've resumed normal cross-boundary travel, this is a very welcome move by the public. And then members of the public may choose to cross the border and use the healthcare voucher at the Sham Chun Hospital. The Bureau will continue to cooperate with the Sham Chun municipal government. Hopefully, we can have more cross-boundary medical services. We will also examine how we can enhance our collaboration to extend the scope of the application of our voucher. Another concern is manpower supply. Members have expressed their concern on this. Indeed, supply and demand of manpower will have a major impact on services. Now, if we must enhance our service capacity, then we need to adopt a multi-pronged approach, not just a dual-pronged approach. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, we have increased the UGC-funded first-degree intake places for dentistry from 80 to 90. In the coming 5 years, there will be over 400 new dental graduates joining our service. And then we have increased graduate places. We have 10 additional places to train dental specialists. And we are going to introduce non-locally trained dentists as well, so that they can provide dental services in Hong Kong. We are now working on the details of the proposal, and we're going to consult the relevant stakeholders. Depending on the progress of our discussion, our goal is to try to submit the alleged proposals to introduce non-locally trained doctors to Hong Kong within this year. Now, to increase manpower supply, we'll consider allowing eligible dentists. We may require them to serve for some period of time in the public sector. That would include non-locally trained dentists to be introduced to our public sector. They may be required to serve in our public dental sector for a while, so that they can familiarize themselves with our system. That will be beneficial to them as well. And for newly trained dentists, they'll have the opportunity to serve in a public sector, so that they can be given in-service training as well. Lastly, to train supplementary dental health professionals, including our dental hygienists and dental therapists. We will consider how we can train more paradental staff. I have to stress that these measures are not for the short term. Many of them will take a while before they can help us to resolve the problem. The government will consider the scope and efficacy and cost effectiveness of the existing oral health measures. As I said in Last December, we set up the working group on oral health and dental health to review various aspects of oral health and dental care services. It is going to advise the government on our relevant policy objectives, service scope, and service delivery model. The working group will advise the government on the following aspects. First, the scope, efficacy, and cost effectiveness of the existing oral health measures and dental care services undertaken by the government, having regard to local circumstances and experience, as well as overseas practices and evidence. Second, as part of work of the working group is the long-term strategy for oral health and dental care in Hong Kong, in particular as part of primary health care, including coordination of service programs and manpower provision with a view to enhancing the oral health of the community. And the third aspect of work of the working group is priority areas for enhancements to oral health measures and dental care services, including the level of essential primary dental care services required by citizens at different life stages, the scope of publicly funded or provided dental care services, and modes of delivery and financing. Membership of the working group include the local dental professionals and relevant experts and stakeholders. We will consider local circumstances as well as overseas practices in coming up with the long-term policies. Members' suggestions on this subject will be relayed to the working group for detailed consideration to come up with a feasible plan to promote the oral health of the public in the long run. Thank you.
I now call upon Ms. Chan Hoi-Yan to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Ms. Chan Hoi-Yan's amendment be passed, and I'll put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Ms. Jovi Chan, as Ms. Chan Hoi-Yan's amendment has been passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Ms. Jovi Chan's further amendment be passed, and I'll put the question to you as stated. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. David Lam, as the amendments of Ms. Chan Hoi-Yan and Ms. Jovi Chan have been passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Dr. David Lam's further amendment be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Lee Chen-keung, as the amendments of Ms. Chan Hoi-Yan, Ms. Jovi Chan, and Dr. David Lam have been passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I've proposed a question to you that Mr. Lee Chen-keung's further amendment be passed. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present, that is, those returned by election committee and those returned by FC and GC. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Chan, you have 48 seconds. Well, we're here to talk about dental service. We feel sad about elderly people having to queue overnight. We feel indignant. In order to further promote better dental service, I myself and Ms. Starry Lee have made this proposal for 10-year dental service blueprint. We hope that this proposal can be taken forward. 10 years is the timetable. We also have a roadmap of short, medium, long-term measures. We hope that the task force will take on board the original motion as well as the proposal so that we'll have adequate service. I so submit. Thank you. I now put the question to you that Mr. Ben Chan's motion as amended by Ms. Chen Ho-yen, Ms. Jovi Chen, Dr. David Lam, and Mr. Lee Chen-kang be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended passed.
Members' motion with no legislative effect. The Honorable Chen Xiu-hong will move a motion on promoting the development of green transport. Two members will move amendments to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. First, I will call upon Mr. Chen Xiu-hong to speak and move the motion, and then I will call upon Mr. Frankie Yik and Ms. Elizabeth Quat to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon the Honorable Chen Xiu-hong to speak and move his motion. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed, that the motion debate is promoting the development of green transport. I have moved this motion because all along the years, transport is the second largest source of carbon emissions in Hong Kong, while we have got Clean Air Hong Kong 2030 and also carbon change policy 2050, as well as various measures. We lag behind compared to other cities. So we must step up our efforts and speed up the development of green transport. In the development of green transport policy, we use the railway as the backbone to be supplemented by franchise buses. And for transport-friendly cycles or bikes, they're only used in new towns. And the Green Transport Fund is used for a trial or pilot use of green buses. I think we must let transport infrastructure take the lead. Now, we've only got electronic mass railway transport. Other than that, we lack green elements in our public transport system. In other advanced economies, in developing livable cities, at the stage of town planning, they will include green elements. For instance, Singapore has introduced a bike-friendly policy that encourages members of the public to cycle rather than take public transport. And there are very clear goals. By 2030, now they have got bike trails and also parking places. The length of cycle tracks will increase from 460 kilometers to 1,320 kilometers. In Hong Kong, our cycling tracks are just for recreational services, and they are mainly found in the NT and Newtown areas. And take Sharjah and Singapore as an example. They have charging facilities to promote the use of electric vehicles. In Singapore, they have this goal. By 2030, they should have 60,000 public charging points. And by 2040, all diesel and petrol vehicles should be phased. They are much more aggressive than our goal. Our goal is by 2035, we should stop the registration of new petrol vehicles. So they encourage people to use electric vehicles. All new residential developments must reserve at least 30% of their parking spaces then with charging points. In Hong Kong, we don't have enough charging facilities for electric vehicles. According to the government, as of September 2022, with about 39,000 public vehicles, we have only, however, 5,300 charging facilities. Singapore is much smaller than Hong Kong. By 2030, they're going to have 60,000 public charging points. So it goes to show that in terms of green transport, we are backward, and we have stifled the development of green transport. I urge the administration to do this in future town planning. In the Northern Petropolis and Lantau tomorrow in particular, we must have green transport elements to promote the development of green transport so that we can have a livable city. And as for legislation and regulation, we're also backward. We cannot support the development of green transport. Now, under CAP 374Q, Section 4, it was amended in 2014. That's more than 10 years from now. And our gas safety regulations and dangerous goods regulation, they cannot support the use of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. So I urge the administration to review our regulations from time to time so that they can be kept abreast of new developments so that we will not stifle the development of green transport. In terms of the popularization of electric vehicles and expediting the use of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, the government has done a very poor job. Singapore has this goal: by 2030, all new vehicles must use clean fuel. This is very aggressive for the Shamjam municipal government. They have also got a flexible policy. They will use the public sector to promote the development of green transport. The government provides subsidy, and bus companies can will be subsidized so that their operating costs can be lowered. With the strong support from government, Shenzhen is the first city to have all public buses using electric vehicles only, while the number of newly registered electric vehicles has risen from 6.3% in 2019 to 45.5% in the three quarters of 2022. While this is a pleasing sight, as at end September last year, the number of electric vehicles in Hong Kong stood at 39,000, accounting for only 5.9% of the total fleet in Hong Kong. So the government cannot be complacent to achieve this target of stop of registration of new petrol vehicles by 2035. We must all double our efforts. As for electric taxis, the new Energy Transport Fund approved 4 pilot schemes last year. So 12 projects involving 14 taxis applications are still being examined. The policy address has this target: by 2027, we should have 3,000 electric taxis. We are so far away from this target. Whether we're talking about electric double-deckers and electric minibuses, the target of the government is to start its trial this year. And for electric ferries and hybrid ferries, the pilot can only start in 2024, the earliest. As for the use of hydrogen fuel car and other zero carbon vehicles, we are even worse. In July last year, there was the introduction of 3 axial hydrogen fuel cell buses. But then because of our legislation, the bus could not go on trial, and a pilot on the use of double-deckers using hydrogen fuel cell can only start this year. And in 2025, we can only have a policy for hybrid ferries. So perhaps we're not using our resources most cost effectively. We must set up a platform where the business sector, the industrial sector, the academia, and the government can collaborate. And as for the use of commercial electric vehicles, now we have electrical light good vehicles, and we are quite confident about that. But then the make we can choose from is limited. And the price is 3 times that of diesel vehicles. So it will be a long way before they can be popular in Hong Kong. Now I'd like to talk about manpower training and publicity and education. With the use of new fuel vehicles, I believe there will be a greater demand for maintenance and repair. So we should start planning for manpower training. We should explore a licensing scheme for relevant manpower and enhance the skills and professionalism of technicians so that we can attract young people to join this trade. We must plan ahead so that we will not have a shortage of manpower in the future, affecting the development of green transport. We should also educate the public on using green transport. We are not doing enough now. We only encourage people to refrain from driving. They should take public transport. Now, in other places, they are more successful. In September 2022, Beijing started to have this campaign. If people choose to walk instead of ride a vehicle, then they can be given some rewards and incentives. I think we should learn from the success experience of the mainland. We should encourage green mode of commuting. I urge the administration to consider these suggestions so that we can take more proactive measures to promote the development of green transport. I urge members to support my motion.
And I propose the question to you that Mr. Chan Si-hong's motion be passed. Mr. Frankie Yek, President, with worsening global warming, and we have an increasing number of extremely hot days, our lives have been affected. In order to tackle this, the government has announced Hong Kong Climate Action Plan 2050 and Clean Air Plan for Hong Kong 2030. Under the blueprint, there is an advocate of using new energy transport. Today, we have a motion moved by Mr. Chan Si-hong to promote development on green transport. We support that. We have about 800,000 licensed vehicles. Over 70% of them are private vehicles. So it is inevitable that the government would want to advocate the shift from fuel-propelled vehicles to electric vehicles. However, for e-vehicles, there are only about 30% of them circulating on the road, and charging time is longer and they're more expensive. As a result, there is the Transport and Traffic and Transport Strategy Study, where by 2050, they hope to put in place a low carbon emission or zero vehicular emission. Well, in Shenzhen, they have a huge incentives provided to encourage the use of new energy modes of transport. In the policy address in 2020, there is a plan that but before 2027, there will be about 3,000 e-taxis and 700 e-buses put in place. Whether it is successful depends on the government subsidy, whether there is supporting facilities in the form of charging points, and whether these are financially viable. There is development of new energy. Hydrogen is a new way. A bus company introduced a hydrogen fuel cell bus, but there was no supporting measure put in place, so the trial is still pending. For every new energy, the government will have to put in place a legal framework. In terms of liquefied natural gas bunkering, the government's putting in place to provide the service to ocean-going vessels. So in this regard, we are very slow. So the government should put in place guidelines. But in order to promote e-vehicles, well, they want to increase the number of e-vehicles. Currently, it's only 5%. In 2013, there will be a stop on new registration of fuel-propelled vehicles. We expect that there will be more electric vehicles. That means there is a demand for batteries. But these batteries will have to be properly disposed, otherwise it will damage the environment more. So I would like to say that with the promotion of a popularization of vehicles, the government should put in place proper recovery and recycling arrangement for waste electric vehicle batteries. The travel range of e-vehicle depends on these batteries. So regularly, these batteries will have to be disposed of. The government wants to export the waste batteries. But according to international convention, this is a hazardous material, and caution should be exercised in its disposal. So Hong Kong is rather irresponsible. Actually, there is residual power in these batteries. It can be given a second life. They can be put into better use. In some overseas countries, they have research centers looking into recycling batteries and reusing these waste batteries. So in terms of e-vehicles and recycling of batteries, there should be proper policies put in place. There should also be a tracking system to make sure that these batteries will not be inappropriately disposed. So when it comes to transport, whatever the fuel, there should be proper maintenance and service. The government should make sure that there is sufficient manpower, and they should make use of the scheme for manpower service to make sure that there is a sufficient manpower supply. Ms. Elizabeth Court, first I'd like to thank Mr. Chen for moving the motion so that we have a platform to talk about development of green transport. In order to tackle global warming as well as climate change, we need to turn to green transport. When this motion is moved in a lot of places in the world as well as on the mainland, there has been active initiatives to promote green transport. Just now, Mr. Chen mentioned Singapore. I will not repeat that. I will talk about mainland. In 2016 in Foshan, there is the first hydrogen fuel cell public transportation route. It's the first in this country. There are 60 of such vehicles, and between 2030 and 2035, there will be a subsidy of $57 million for hydrogen fuel cell goods vehicle. For each vehicle, if it is a hydrogen fuel cell, you will get a subsidy of about 75,000 to 115,000. For electric vehicles, it's 30,000. This is a huge incentive. Apart from different cities in Guangdong province, actually, other cities in the country actively develop new energy transport. The objective is to reduce carbon emission. In Shenzhen, all public transport are turned into e-vehicles. In Tianjin, in 2025, there will be 40,000 charging points. Subsidies available for goods vehicles to switch to hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. In overseas countries, there are also similar incentives. In the UK, there is a cap on bus fare to £2 to encourage people to use buses more than their own private vehicles. In the original motion, I have added some amendments. I would like to explain these amendments. First of all, I hope that there will be a comprehensive green transport scheme. There should be better collaboration and division of work among different governments. When it comes to green transport, it falls under the purview of the EEB, the TLB, the Housing Department, as well as the EPD. Sometimes it is puzzling to try to find out who to talk to. If we want to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, we have to do a lot more. Apart from green technology, we have to have supporting measures. We also need to have updated legal framework, government subsidies, and support. We rely more than just one bureau, the Environment and Ecology Bureau. We need the entire government to make carbon neutrality by 2050 their goal, so that all the departments and bureaus inside the government will work on it. Otherwise, we will come across difficulties mentioned by the other members. Say, for example, we already have hydrogen fuel cell buses, but there is still no trial. If we want to have comprehensive green public transport, what are we supposed to do? Well, we're only on a trial phase. And it said that by 2050, there will be a timetable and general direction set. Don't you think that's a bit slow? I think it is extremely slow in pace. So we ask the government to pick up their pace. In order to do well, we need sufficient charging points. We need a proper disposal of used vehicle batteries. We can't just rely on export, mentioned by Mr. Yik. In the amendment, I also talked about aviation as well as sea transport. We do need new energy transport, if we do not encourage sustainable aviation fuels, and if all airplanes use new energy and when they come to Hong Kong, they can't be refueled, then we will not be able to hold our place as an international aviation hub. So whether it's land transport, sea transport, or air transport, we have to be prepared. I hope that this motion will urge the government to do more and do it faster so that we have carbon neutrality by 2050.
生態局局長。
Secretary for Environment and Ecology. Mr. President, I thank Mr. Chan Sil-hung for moving this motion on promoting the development of green transport, and Ms. Elizabeth Quat and Mr. Frankie Yik for their amendments. In face of global warming and the challenges arising from extreme climate, countries around the world are striving to phase out fossil fuel and speed up green transformation. According to the country's 14th five-year plan, there are action plans on peaking carbon emission by 2030 and striving to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. Hong Kong is an international metropolis of China, and the Hong Kong SAR government has also set clear targets to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. We reached our carbon emission peak in 2014. We also strive to reduce our carbon emission level by half from the 2005 level before 2035, so as to support the country's carbon national goals and support Hong Kong's development into a green and livable city. At present, transportation accounts for about 20% of total carbon emission in Hong Kong. Green transport is essential to achieving carbon neutrality. The SAR government published the Hong Kong Roadmap on Popularization of Electric Vehicles, Clean Air Plan for Hong Kong 2035, and Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050 in March, June, and October 2021, respectively, covering relevant policy directions and future targets. Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050 sets out a vision of zero carbon emissions, livable city, and sustainable development, and the development of green transport is one of the major decarbonization strategies. The government will strive to attain zero vehicular emissions and zero carbon emissions in the transport sector before 2050 through popularization of electric vehicles and ferries, and the government will continue to adopt railway as the backbone of the public transport system and promote cycling for short trips, as well as improve the walking environment in Hong Kong. The Hong Kong Roadmap on Popularization of Electric Vehicles sets out specific policy goals and plans in the long term for promoting electric vehicles and the facilities needed. Major initiatives include cessation of new registration of fuel-propelled and hybrid private cars in 2035 or earlier, promotion of electric private cars and commercial vehicles, expansion of the EV charging network, provision of supporting infrastructure for the popularization of electric vehicles. For example, on promoting the use of new energy commercial transport, the SAR government has been actively subsidizing the transport trade in conducting trials on green and innovative transport technologies through the New Energy Transport Fund. Through these initiatives, the percentage of electric private cars among all newly registered private cars has soared in recent years. The percentage in 2022 was 52.8%. Meaning that almost 1 out of every 2 newly registered private cars is electric. Comparing to places in Asia and the world, we are in a leading position. In view of the rapid development of EV technology, and having heard members' views, the government is minded to expedite the progress of promoting green transport. We have decided to fine-tune the cycle of reviewing the progress of EV popularization and other new energy transport to one of 3 years instead of 5 years as originally planned, so as to review the overall strategies and goals in a timely manner. In relation to the rapid development of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, the Environment and Ecology Bureau has already set up an interdepartmental working group we are collating the efforts of different government departments, and we will be liaising with the industries and academics in universities so that there can be collaboration among the academia, the government, the industry, and R&D sector to promote its use. Clean Air Plan for Hong Kong 2035 lays down long-term targets and specific policies from now to 2035 to improve air quality, and green transport is one of the 6 major action areas. Apart from promoting the popularization of electric vehicles, the government also provides subsidies for the construction and trials for electric ferries and associated charging facilities for 4 in-harbor routes, and subsidizes ferry operators to construct new hybrid ferries in the first phase of the vessel subsidy scheme for outlying island ferry routes. Mr. President, the depth and breadth of our work in expediting the development of green transport is such that we need the concerted efforts so that we can proactively explore practical solutions together. Under Secretary for Transport and Logistics and I will be listening carefully to member speeches and give a consolidated response in the end. And then we will give a response afterwards.
多謝主席。主席，綠色運輸係全球發展嘅
Well, it is a global trend to switch to green transport. In 2021, there was the first blueprint suggesting that by 2035, there will be a stop on new registration of fuel-propelled vehicles, and later there will be complete phasing out of fossil fuel as well as diesel fuel vehicles. As at the end of 2021, there were only about 45,000 electric vehicles, less than 5% of the territory's fleet. If that is the figure, we're afraid that the roadmap will only exist on paper. There are studies saying that about 90% of people use public transport, which is the highest in the world. We have a very advanced public transportation network. It is a huge opportunity for us to promote green transport. However, the pace of the government in this regard is really slow. It's even regressive. For LNG minibuses, the manufacturing stopped in 2021, but there is no supporting facilities for people to switch to e-minibuses. Does it mean that owners will have to change back to fossil fuel minibuses? Some people criticize that this is regressive indeed. It is only until just now that we have the first charging point for minibuses at Yumen Fong in Kwun Tong. Well, actually, we have heard about this idea for a very long time. The Transport Department said that it is under the purview of the Environment Bureau, and they said it's the other one's purview. And in the end, there were 3 locations earmarked for charging facilities. Only one of them's in place, and that location is under a private developer. It will be in the private sector. We have paid visits to a number of cities under the lead of the Productivity Council. One of the item is an exhibit that's been there for many years. In Kwun Tong, there are a number of hybrid minibuses. That means they can use electricity. They can also use fossil fuel. However, as there is a lack of charging points, these hybrid minibuses are still running on fossil fuel. So when it comes to e-minibuses, the technology is here. And in 2020, in the budget, there is a $80 million earmarked to subsidize 40 minibuses on electricity to circulate in the road. But it's difficult because owners don't know where to charge their vehicles. If the government's of the mind to promote e-minibuses, they should increase the number of charging points for the trade to use. I would now like to turn to e-private cars. 70% of electric vehicles are private cars. A lot of e-private car owners come to us asking for assistance because they can't find charging points, not even in public housing estates. In Choi Fong Estate, where I serve, there are 200 parking spaces. But for charging points, there are about a dozen or so. There are 5 e-vehicles that are paying a monthly parking fees without parking space with charging points. How come that for car parks under the housing authority, under the government facilities, there isn't a sufficient number of charging points? The government subsidizes private developers to install charging points. If the government doesn't take the lead, that means green transport will only exist on paper. The government has been quite conservative. I hope that this government will seize the opportunity. I see that our government is of the right mind, and they will put their words into action. So I ask for more to be done.
Ms. Maxine Lam. Thank you, President. I speak to support Mr. Chang Siew-Hong's motion. In 2021, the EV roadmap was announced, and by 2025, we can have zero emission from vehicles. However, to develop green transport, we face a lot of challenges. Last October, together with a number of members and representatives from the Vehicle Commercial Association, we had a meeting and we discussed issues arising from the EV roadmap in terms of facilities, manpower, supporting measures. There are a lot of challenges. The government must address all these difficulties to expedite the development of green transport. By 2035, the government will stop registration of new petrol vehicles. Yes, that is one step forward. However, to expedite the transition, there must be sufficient financial incentives. The tax concessions should be enhanced to lower the costs of e-vehicles to incentivize vehicle owners, and there must be sufficient charging facilities. Many owners and people in the trade have reflected that there is not sufficient charging facilities, and then we do not have enough fast charging facilities. I urge the administration to have proper land planning and put in place upgraded charging facilities. Now I turn to commercial vehicles. Compared with e-vehicles, electric commercial vehicles are even more challenging because the relevant legislation already dated. Now you have to apply for a permit to travel on highways before you can use e-commercial vehicles. We've written to the administration. We had a reply, said that they would study the relevant legislation as soon as possible, but we are now in 2023. Where do we have the proposals? We should expedite the development of green transport. Now I turn to public transport vehicles. Now they travel a long time on the road, covering a long mileage, and they also take up a lot of road space. We have, they need to use a lot of electricity, and they have a high capacity. The government should relax the maximum weight restriction of commercial e-vehicles to remove the obstacles. Many public transport operators, even without any subsidy, have invested in the development of e-commercial vehicles. There was a study whether hydrogen cell vehicles can be used. However, the current legislation doesn't provide for that, and therefore it cannot be done. The government should cooperate with the industries so that the data legislation can be updated to encourage commercial vehicles to use new energy and promote the development of green transport. To promote this, we have to see whether we have manpower training ready, because e-vehicles involve a rather complicated technology. We need dedicated people to repair and maintain, and you have to work with VTC and training institutions to train sufficient manpower. And high pressure cell contains some toxic materials. If we do not deal with the used cell properly, then we will pollute our water and land, and this goes against your objective of environmental protection. And therefore, the government must tidy up our recycling industry and to ensure that these personnel have a registration scheme to ensure protecting the environment. Now, the 20th National Congress said that we must ensure that humankind and the nature live in harmony. This is a task for the administration. The government must plan ahead to implement the green transport policies so that before 2025 we can achieve carbon neutrality. Thank you. Mr. Kenneth Lau. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak to support Mr. Chen Xiuhong's original motion and all the amendments. Now, the whole world is trying to tackle the problem associated with climate change and also the possible economic crisis. Our country is the second largest economy in the world and a fast developing country, and we have to address these challenges as well. In the 14th Five-Year Plan, there are objectives on carbon neutrality and carbon peak, and by 2035, there should be carbon peak, and then it should gradually decline. And before 2030, carbon neutrality should be achieved. In the report to the 20th National Congress, it said that we must promote harmonious coexistence of humankind and nature. This goes to show the significance attached to the environment of the country. And the country understands that transport is a major polluter. The State Council published a plan on green transport to promote a green transformation of transport and the development of a clean new energy so that we can have expeditious, convenient charging facilities so that we can have pilot transport zones with close to zero vehicular emissions. Compared with a national policy, although in 2010, the Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050 was announced, and then there was also a plan to promote green transport. However, there is still room for improvement. Take the promotion of green transport as an example. As of September last year, we have over 39,000 e-vehicles in Hong Kong, but only 5,200 charging points. So 7 vehicles on average are competing for 1 charging point. This is hardly enough. And while we have the EV roadmap, by 2025, we have 155,000 more electric charging points, but most of them will be found in car parks of private residential development. This cannot address the shortage of public charging facilities. The government may learn from the mainland's practice, and that is we should have charging network for new developed areas such as Northern Metropolis and new town areas. We should have more public charging facilities that allow expeditious recharging so that we have policy to support the development of green transport. Now, for public transport, we mainly rely on franchise buses, taxis, and GMBs, and they are the main sources of carbon emission. However, the promotion of e-vehicles for these trades is too slow. For newly registered e-commercial vehicles. There were only 3,000 or so, and most of them are electric or hybrid taxis. We have to wait until 2025. We can have a roadmap for new energy commercial vehicles. The wait is too long, and many public transport operators are investing heavily in the development of e-vehicles. The government should provide more subsidies and policy support. All over the world, they are launching new e-vehicle mix. The government should complete legislative amendments ASAP so that we can try out e-vehicles earlier, and then we can have a demonstration zone with zero vehicular emissions. The development of green transport is a national trend. In formulating relevant policies, we should learn from the country's experience and exchange with the mainland so that we can do a good job and help the country to achieve the double carbon targets. Thank you. Mr. Lo Wai Kwok. Thank you, Madam Deputy. First, I thank Mr. Chan Si-hong for moving the original motion, and Mr. Frankie Yik and Madam Elizabeth Kwok for moving the amendments. According to statistics, in 2019, the largest source of emission was power generation, accounting for 66%, to be followed by transport, which was 18%. So in 2010, the Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050 was promulgated. So new vehicles, new energy, etc., were the objectives so that we can achieve carbon neutrality before 2050. EPA and myself fully subscribe to the motion, and we urge the administration to formulate policies to reduce carbon emissions and also should double its efforts to promote the development of green transport. I think the community in general agree that we should develop green transport. In 2010, the 2030 Hong Kong planning was promulgated. Railway should serve as a backbone and to be supplemented by other means of public transport. And we should advocate smart commuting. At the same time, the EV roadmap was announced. There were many policy initiatives so that by 2050 we can have zero vehicular emissions. In the INT blueprint announced in 2022 also explored the application of new energy transport technologies. And local universities and also R&D centers in Hong Kong encouraged to engage in R&D of new energy vehicles and related products. In his maiden policy address, Mr. John Lee talked about this. The target is by 2025, the two missions can be accomplished. That is a roadmap, EV roadmap, and also the use of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles in the long run. But obviously, we lack public transport development strategy with environmental protection elements. We have got 3 RDS, and the latest one was already done in 1997. In July 2015, this council passed a member's motion. I moved an amendment to the motion. I urged the administration to start its comprehensive transport strategic study as soon as possible. And we should introduce innovative mode of transport so that we can promote the development of green transport. We should start this as soon as possible and also catch up with the times, and we should focus on lowering vehicle emissions, and we should use innovation and technology and support the R&D of green transport and enhance our regulatory capacity as well. We should deploy resources, and we should strengthen the collaboration of the Transport Logistics Department, the EEB, and also the IT&T Bureau. A 300 million green transport fund was set up in 2011 to support the transport trade to trial out new transport technologies. And in 2022, another 800 million was provided to rename it New Energy Transport Fund. So there is a part on application. We encourage the trial use of new and innovative green transport technology. This should be encouraged, and we should promote regional cooperation. We should make good use of our R&D center and make good use of our advantage. We can utilize the production advantages of GBA so that we can together achieve the target of carbon neutrality. I so submit. Thank you.
Mr. Lai Tong-kwok. Madam Deputy, promoting the development of green transport is the global trend. It is also one important goal in the country's decarbonization strategies. I see all suggestions in the original motion and the amendments as reasonable. I think that the government is working on them or is considering to work on them. Now, we need to talk about money. It takes a lot of money to promote the development of green transport. For example, the government has the New Energy Transport Fund that provides subsidies to the trade in conducting trials and applying new energy transport technologies, including various new energy commercial vehicles and vessels. The application amount is kept at $10 million, and at least $1.1 billion have been set aside under this fund. Whilst the majority of the applications involve trials, they may not come to fruition. I want to raise this example. In terms of green transport technologies, very often we need to make investment before they are available in the market, before we can identify the right and suitable technology for Hong Kong. In the light of the present economic environment, we need to have value for money in mind and find the best solution. And yet, developing green transport is something involving huge investments. So this is inevitable. Next, we need to learn from China. In Shenzhen in 2011, they started to operate a hydrogen fuel cell electric bus route. And last year, they started an industrial park, setting up a base as demonstration for the manufacturing, processing, and application of hydrogen fuel cells in the Greater Bay Area. I understand that an interdepartmental working group has been set up by the EEB so that they will look into the trial of hydrogen fuel cell electric double-deckers and heavy vehicles in 2023. I don't know whether the interdepartmental working group is drawing reference from the Shenzhen experience. There are other places worthy of our learning, such as Xi'an. Hong Kong has this goal. We need to reach zero net carbon emission of vehicles before 2050, and we need to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And Xi'an is one step ahead of us. Under the country's guidance, they spent 2 years seeking advice from experts, and not long ago, they announced the first annual report on green transport developments in Xi'an City, and they will continue to promote green transport so that they attain the top level. And that involves the commuting pattern and traveling patterns of the public in the city, and the green transport available, and how the layout should be adjusted to make sure citizens only need to take the shortest trips possible to reach the destinations. I think that we should all learn from the Xi'an experience. In order to attain zero net carbon vehicular emission in Hong Kong, we need to first of all ponder the technologies involved. And yet we should also consider improving urban planning so that our people won't need to travel far to get groceries. This is one way of cutting down carbon emission. And I would say that this would complement the development of green transport. And in Xi'an, they set up a very detailed assessment mechanism such that the effectiveness and the results of different measures can be assessed effectively. And it also helps fostering collaboration among cities. I think we should learn from the experience. I so submit. Mr. Benson Look, Madam Deputy, first of all, I thank Mr. Chan Sil-hung for moving today's motion. According to the EPD's data, carbon emission coming from the transportation sector ranked the second largest proportion, that's 18.1%. In order to achieve carbon neutrality in Hong Kong before 2050, it is imminent that we help the transport trade go green. That is why the government has proposed that they will cease the registration of new fuel-propelled private cars by 2035. And in the policy address 2022, the government also announced a number of measures to promote green transport. For example, in 2025, the government will provide an additional 7,000 parking spaces with electric vehicle chargers in government premises. And also, within this year, they will conduct a trial on using hydrogen fuel cell electric buses and commercial vehicles this year. And by 2025, a roadmap will be formulated. The SAR government is very active in drawing up these measures. And yet, there is still a question mark as to whether things will come to fruition. A key link to promoting green transport is promoting new energy commercial vehicles. And yet we've faced a long-standing problem of insufficient EV charges. This forms a bottleneck, and according to the EPD, as of at the end of 2022, there were 44,780 electric vehicles in Hong Kong, accounting for 4.9% of the total. And at the same time, there were about 5,283 EV chargers available for the public. And in other words, one charging point will have to be shared by 8.5 vehicles. And 2,871 of these chargers, unfortunately, are only medium charges, and it takes 3 to 4 hours to charge the full. And also 961 quick charges, and it takes 30 minutes for a battery to be charged 80% full. And for 1,481, and that's 28%, are slow charges, and it takes 13 hours to complete the charging process. In other words, 82% of charging points require a charging period of 3 to 4 hours, or up to a snail pace 13 hours to fully charge an EV. And that really explains why the number of electric vehicles in Hong Kong remain at such a low percentage as 4.9%. Over the years, the SAR government has not been keen in promoting electric commercial vehicles and electric transport. There are measures, for example, offering first registration tax concessions to electric vehicles and bits and pieces of incentives in various areas of the transport trade. There is progress, but in terms of a major drive to promoting e-commercial vehicles on a larger scale, there is much more to be desired. New energy commercial vehicles are costly, and the operators need to balance the books. There is a lack of incentive for operators to phase out diesel vehicles and put in place electric or new energy commercial vehicles. The government should provide incentives, for example, tax breaks, direct subsidies for the procurement of such commercial vehicles, electricity bill subsidies, deregulations, so as to drive it forward. On the topic of promoting the use of hydrogen fuel cell electric commercial vehicles, I hope that the relevant standards and legal framework can be drawn up as quickly as possible. Now, the vocational and professional education and training should play a part in providing the manpower training to pave the way forward for grooming talents in e-vehicle maintenance. Mr. Yim Kong. Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Chen Xiuhong for moving the motion. With economic developments in Hong Kong, many people aspire for green living and green transport. Promoting green transport is essential to enhancing the quality of living in Hong Kong and the government's efforts in striving to achieve carbon neutrality before 2050. The government has been achieving progress in the past few years. Comparing to the 2014 carbon emission peak, the carbon emission level has now come down by as much as 30%. However, I think the government is still not meeting people's expectation. According to the blueprint published, there hasn't been a drop in the carbon emission level. And in 2019, for the transportation sector, carbon emission increased by 18% comparing to the 16% in 2015. That shows that the government should step up its efforts in promoting green transport as part of green development. At present, in terms of green aviation, the government has not introduced a lot of measures to support this development. Many of these activities are taking place elsewhere, and yet Hong Kong is regarded as an international aviation hub. According to the OECD data, aviation accounts for 10% of total carbon emission around the world. Hong Kong is an international aviation hub, and Hong Kong should do much more to contribute to carbon emission in this regard. The government can adopt various measures to further promote green transport. For example, we can build green transport infrastructure. The IMO in 2018 formulated the first blueprint and laid down targets. By 2050, the carbon emission level should be halved comparing to the 2008 level. Hong Kong should also enhance its carbon emission reduction infrastructure, such as offshore facilities and LNG bunkering facilities, so as to support Hong Kong local enterprises to adopt low carbon technologies. And the government should also step up the promotion of electric vehicles in Hong Kong, update obsolete laws and regulations, and catch up with the global trend of green transport, so as to formulate decarbonization strategies. The government should maintain liaison with the relevant international organizations and learn from their experience so that we keep our legal framework up to date. We should also learn from the mainland experience by stepping up exchanges with the relevant organizations. I so submit and support the motion and the amendments.
Mr. Lam Chun Sing. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Carbon reduction is a global trend. We have set a very clear goal, that is, before 2050, we should achieve carbon neutrality. In June, the EPD announced a carbon emission list. Transport accounts for 19.7%, which is the second largest source of carbon emission. This shows that we do need to reduce carbon emission and promote green transport. E-vehicle is an important part under green transport. We do need to pay attention to personnel responsible for maintenance and service of green vehicles. There is an increasing demand, but we don't have accommodating facilities to increase supply. From 2019, we have about 13,700 electric vehicles, but now in 2022, we have 44,800, but we don't have an increasing number of personnel in charge of maintenance and service. Number of skilled workers for electric vehicles is unknown. According to the Hong Kong Roadmap on Popularization of Electric Vehicles, the government will collaborate with tertiary education institutions to train more personnel, but there is no target and no timetable. In the future, there may be a short supply of manpower to service and maintain, repair e-vehicles. This will further dampen people's incentive to buy e-vehicles. Well, for the existing voluntary registration of personnel, the government said that there will be an expansion in scope so that more people can register. I say that relevant training should be provided to these workers so that they can change their trade. And this will in turn increase manpower supply. There should be degree courses for maintenance personnel. In the future, there should be a comprehensive plan to train a pool of talent for e-vehicles. Targets should be put in place to make sure that they will be achieved. As Mr. Chen Xiu-hung pointed out, apart from railway network, the electrification of other means of transport is not satisfactory. The last government planned that by 2030 there will be 40 e-minibuses. At this rate, it will be very difficult to promote electrification of public transport. The operating environment for minibuses is already difficult. There should be subsidy provided by the government to encourage owners to replace their vehicles by e-minibuses. The measures should be more aggressive. I support the original motion. I so submit. Ms. Judy Chen. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Transportation accounts for 20% of total carbon emission. In relation to promotion of new energy transport and zero emission of new energy, is an important factor as to whether we'll be able to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. I speak in support of Mr. Chen Xiu-hung's original motion on promoting the development of green transport. I also support the amendments. According to the EPD, for commercial vehicles, they account for about 20% of the territory's total fleet. but the emission of NOx accounts for over 90%. That is nitrogen oxide. So in relation to the promotion of commercial vehicles using new energy, I've asked some questions. I learned that as at the end of 2022, for those commercial vehicles registered as using new energy, there are about 3,844 vehicles. That is 358 goods vehicles, 68 buses, 33 green minibuses, and 3,385 taxis. And that accounts for 0.3%, 0.5%, 0.4%, and 18% of the total fleet. You can see that new energy commercial vehicle is still few in number, and the progress of change to new energy is very slow. The government said that by phases they will launch a trial use of hydrogen fuel cell buses and hydrogen fuel heavy vehicles. And in relation to refueling facilities and the use of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, there will be safety assessments conducted. Relevant legal requirements, standards will be reviewed as well. Hydrogen fuel is a technology that gives us high hopes. If we want to encourage the trade to switch to hydrogen fuel, I think the government needs to do more. I hope that the government will announce roadmap of new energy commercial vehicles as soon as possible, so that the trade can choose to use e-vehicles or hydrogen fuel cell vehicles before they decide which mode is the best for Hong Kong. When they have a better idea, then the pace of change will be faster. I also noticed that in relation to promotion of new energy as well as commercial vehicles, there are many challenges. Well, Hong Kong is a right-hand drive jurisdiction. There is a very limited supply of right-hand drive vehicles using new energy. This is a limitation and restriction. This will hamper our pace. But where there is a will, there is a way. I would like to learn more from the government about the view of left-wheel drive vehicles in Hong Kong, and if they are allowed to circulate in Hong Kong, what the impact will be. Is there sufficient room for owners to choose between right-hand drive vehicles and left-hand drive vehicles so that we can achieve natural carbon neutrality by 2050 and the use of new energy? I so submit. Mr. Tony Tse. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of Mr. Chen Xiu-hong's motion on promoting the development of green transport. The first line of the original motion states that transport is the second largest source of carbon emissions in Hong Kong, accounting for about 20% of total carbon emissions. The primary source is related to Mr. Chan, is power generation, which accounts for 60%, three times of that of transport emissions. But with the government's initiatives, the two power companies have been reducing reliance on coal by switching to natural gas. But the result is that there is a higher electricity tariff, especially with the Ukrainian war and energy crisis. A lot of Western countries have stealthily increased reliance on coal for electricity generation when they previously advocated for green energy. I think that's a price to pay. Well, at the same time of reducing carbon emission, we have to pay attention to tariffs. I think energy conservation is very important. Well, we use electricity on lighting, escalators, lifts, and air conditioning. There has been a number of measures and guidelines put in place to improve the energy efficiency of new buildings. But what about old buildings, which is numerous in number? There is very little done. Well, there are issues involving ownership, management, habit of the general public, as well as the mode of operation for businesses. Now back to green transport. A number of manufacturers and owners talk about popularization of e-vehicles. And indeed, for roadside carbon emission, e-vehicles are greener. But it doesn't mean that it will greatly reduce carbon emission, because e-vehicles uses electricity. To generate electricity, you have to burn coal or combust natural gas. Private cars is less energy efficient. In order to tackle this problem, people should be encouraged to switch to public transport. We need supporting facilities, say, for example, tunnel policies and policies to reduce congestion. Some people naturally oppose to increase in toll fees. And there are also voices asking for a hydrogen fuel cell use. There has been some tests done, but the government's dragging their feet. They talk about changing the law, which has taken already 3 years, and still I haven't seen the first hydrogen fuel cell bus. If you want to reduce the number of private cars circulating, the most direct way is to switch to walking or cycling. In this way, you need to improve the cityscape. For town planning, you have to plan it in a way that makes it easy for people to walk to their destination, to work or to school. And I believe that in this way, it will greatly reduce carbon emission from transport. It's very difficult to implement these ideas in all areas, but for new ones, say the artificial island in Midwaters, as well as the Northern Metropolis, there is a chance that they will be implemented, and the government promised that. Well, of course, we need professionals to make that happen, say, for example, surveyors. A people-oriented approach should be adopted, and I so submit.
多謝主席，好多謝。
Mr. Chan Kim-po, thank you, Madam Deputy. I thank Mr. Chen for moving the motion on promoting the development of green transport. In 2011, the government published the EV roadmap. That is, by 2035, there will be no new registration of fuel-propelled PCs, so that we can have zero vehicle emissions before 2015. The government has already formulated this plan. Let's see whether it can achieve its goals. As for roadside pollution, compared with what it was a decade ago, the situation is really bad. Many foreigners refuse to come to work in Hong Kong. When I first joined this legislature, one of my tasks was to urge the administration to improve the situation. I was a member of the Environment Affairs Panel. The government has done a lot, including jointly monitoring the air quality with the Guangdong province and to replace diesel vehicles of petrol vehicles. Now, roadside pollutants have reduced by a range of 10 to 50%. So when there is a will, there is a way. And we are now having more e-vehicles. About 40% of the new registered private vehicles last year were e-vehicles, but we've only got 4,700 and only account for 7% of the total vehicles running on our road. Not many of them are PCs, private cars, so the situation is not very desirable. The government has provided tax concessions and also charging facilities in residential developments, etc. This is because we do not have enough chargers, and it's rather inconvenient to charge e-vehicles. To improve the situation, the task force led by the FS to promote the use of e-vehicles launched the EV Charging Easy mobile app to provide 140,000 parking spaces with chargers. And I think this is an important step forward. When there are chargers in residential developments, the vehicles will not compete for public chargers, and this will address the difficulties in charging. Now, in order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, the government should formulate new measures. Now, for commercial vehicles, e-vehicles are expensive. We do not have enough charging facilities. And if we ask commercial vehicles to turn to e-vehicles, then the operating costs are high, and the government may have to subsidize heavily. However, the target is by 2027, we will have 3,700 e-taxis and e-buses respectively. We took the lead in promoting the use of e-vehicles. However, progress has been slow. This is because the government back then did not have enough commitment. Even the government fleet were not replaced by e-vehicles. And as for the country, it had a later start than the Western countries, but now it is developing the fastest among the world because of its commitment and dedication. Now, of course, there are challenges associated with the use of e-vehicles, but I think this government should learn from the country and overcome obstacles in order to promote the use of e-vehicles. Thank you. Mr. Sunny Tan. President, I speak to support Mr. Chen Xiuhong's original motion to promote the development of green transport. The country has spent no efforts in promoting green development. Presidency in the report to the 20th National Congress said the government or the country should expedite green transformation to promote harmonious coexisting of the nature and mankind. The policy addresses got a number of measures to promote green transport. This goes to show the government's commitment and importance attached to this area. However, there are few areas we have to catch up quickly. First, the promotion of public transport vehicles. The industry has reflected to me that the application process is rather cumbersome. An operator would like to apply for the use of electric chargers, and he has to go to the EEB, the EMSD, the FSD, etc. So the electricization of our public transport is now slowed down. And I think it is a global trend for us to develop along this line. And different countries are trying out hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. And the development in the GBA is quite considerable. Over 300 hydrogen fuel cell enterprises are worth 800 million RMB are in operation. Many enterprises are quite strong in developing hydrogen fuel cells. However, we have legislative constraints, and so hydrogen fuel cell vehicles cannot be widely used in Hong Kong. And then we have only our constraints. For instance, many visitors, tourists like our GMBs. We have 4,000 odd GMBs and 300 private light goods vehicles. Now the market is too small. We cannot provide enough incentive for manufacturers to design models that suit our local situation, and so we can expedite the use of minibuses. I urge the administration to do the following. It should enhance interdepartmental and interbureau collaboration. One single department should be tasked to steer the change, to manage and handle and process applications from the industry. And for the application of new energy, such as hydrogen fuel, now we should gradually remove the legislative constraints. Now we should issue provisional licenses to allow organizations to engage in R&D of hydrogen fuel cell. As well now, we have already got hydrogen fuel cell e-buses, and a trial will start very soon. And before 2050, there will be a long-term strategy for the use of hydrogen fuel. The government is committed, but time and tide waits for no man. So we should remove the constraints and introduce hydrogen fuel cell vehicles as soon as possible. And the government should discuss with operators to work out a plan. We can encourage manufacturers of minibuses to set up their plants in Hong Kong and can provide support in terms of land and resources. Yes, we should promote the use of e-vehicles in November, as at November 2022, with over 740,000 e-vehicles, accounting to 5% of the vehicles running on road. There were more than 5,000 chargers, and the number is even increasing. I urge the administration to take advantage of this good development so that we can promote high quality development of green transport. We can contribute to the country's green transformation. With these remarks, I support the motion and amendments. Members, I intend to adjourn the meeting at around 6:15 p.m. Ms. Andrew Lam. Thank you, President. I speak to support Mr. Chen Xiu-hong's original motion and the amendments by Mr. Frankie Yik and Ms. Elizabeth Quat. Climate change has brought challenges, and different governments have very aggressive emission reduction plans, and the country would like to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And we have the target of attaining carbon neutrality as well by 2050. The government's plan is to promote new energy transport so as to lower emission. This is already a global trend. E-vehicles are a rather mature technology. In the past 5 years, we have a fourfold increase in the number of e-vehicles, accounting for 5% of the total number of vehicles in Hong Kong. Now, with this carbon neutrality target, we can expect the number to rise further. To achieve this, we have to contain the growth of fuel-propelled PCs or vehicles. Now, the topic of the motion is green transport. I have to come back to the main issue. We must have sufficient infrastructure to time with the growth of vehicles. According to the EDB, as at end 2025 September, we had 5,283 chargers. That is one for every 7 vehicles. In Shenzhen, they have 120,000 chargers, and the ratio is 1 to 5.1. And in Singapore, by 2030, the ratio will be 1 to 5. We must expedite our provision of chargers in order to catch up with these places. And we must also provide repair and maintenance and electric cell recycling facilities. Otherwise, it would be rather environmentally unfriendly to expect them to travel all the way to Taku Lane for repair and maintenance. We need the necessary infrastructure, not just to serve private vehicles. Commercial vehicles need them even more. This is particularly so for individual and small and medium-sized enterprises. They need government support. Although franchised bus companies have more resources, they are very proactive in trying out new technology. They cannot operate on e-vehicles in a cost-effective manner. I think we're still far cry from wide application of e-vehicles, so we should help public transport operators to turn to e-vehicles. Manufacturers in Japan and South Korea are now developing hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. The development is slower in Hong Kong. So far, we do not have any legislation to deal with known risks associated with use of such vehicles. Franchise buses have got hydrogen fuel cell buses, but they can only park in a depot. They cannot be tried on our roads. By 2050, we are going to phase out what we have. And to take into account cost effectiveness, bus companies will have to procure new energy vehicles by 2030. We must remove the red tape and amend our legislation. Otherwise, we will again fall behind global development. Shenzhen, our neighbor, has done brilliantly in terms of phasing out their original fleet and replace it with e-vehicles. They have multi-story bus car parks to facilitate the parking and recharging of buses. Although we face different difficulties, Shenzhen's commitment in promoting green transport should be a good model for us. With these remarks, I support the motion and the two amendments. Thank you.
Dr. Johnny Ng. Decarbonization and emission reduction is a global trend. The 14th five-year plan of our country also provides that by 2030, the country should reach carbon emission peak, and by 2060, carbon neutrality should be achieved. The 20th report to the National Congress also provides that the government should expedite green development and achieve the dual carbon goals. In October 2021, the government published an update of the Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050, and the Chief Executive's latest policy address in 2022 also announced initiatives relating to the promotion of green transport and waste reduction, emission reduction, such that by 2030, we will be able to reduce carbon emission by half from the 2005 level and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, in line with the global and the country's trend. Carbon emission of the transportation sector accounts for close to 20% of total carbon emission. We have the net zero carbon emission and waste reduction for all. These are the right initiatives for Hong Kong. And green transport is an essential link to carbon emission reduction in Hong Kong. I support Mr. Chan's motion and other members' amendments. The government in the coming 10 years will be putting in $240 billion to promote decarbonization, such as promoting electric transport and requiring the use of LNG and cleaner fuels for ocean-going vessels berthed in the harbor. I believe more should be done by the government. For example, in relation to the updated Hong Kong Climate Action Plan, details should be drawn up. For example, a specific time frame should be provided for phasing out fossil fuel and fuel-propelled cars. Now, I need to declare that I'm also a beneficiary of the one-for-one replacement scheme. I changed to an e-private car. In 2021, 40% of the newly registered private cars were electric, and by 2035, the government is minded to phase out or cease the registration of new fuel-propelled private cars, and there is also subsidy for franchise bus companies to phase out diesel buses. At the same time, trials will be conducted on the use of hydrogen fuel cell electric double-deckers and heavy commercial vehicles. This is, after all, the global trend in tackling carbon emission and global warming. In many countries in many cities in the country, decarbonization strategies have been drawn up, such as Shenzhen. The municipal government has introduced a basket of measures to promote green transport. And in 2018, it became the first city to use entirely clean energy to run its public transport. They have a target. That is, they will increase the number of new energy commercial vehicles by 180,000, and they will drastically increase the number of charges from 30,000 to 833,000, and each vehicle will receive a subsidy of up to 180,000 RMB. As for the maritime and aviation industries, the government also provides supporting measures. For example, 80% of the berths for vessels will be equipped with clean energy, and solar energy will be used for providing supplying power to the facilities. I mean, these are things that Hong Kong government should learn from. I hope that the government can draw up more aggressive decarbonization targets and strategies so that we can catch up and overtake Shenzhen as a decarbonized city. Professor William Wong. Mr. President, this winter is quite warm. In the past few days, the temperature has remained at about 18-20 degrees Celsius. Members of the public are concerned about global warming and that the problem is escalating. According to experts, if there is an annual rise of 2 degrees Celsius in global temperature, then global warming will be affecting the whole world, such as food supply. In order to tackle global warming, many countries, the country set the dual carbon goals in 2020, and that is by 2030, our country will peak at its carbon emission, and by 2060, our country will achieve carbon neutrality. Whereas for the SAR government, we also set our target of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. About 20% of carbon emission in Hong Kong comes from the transportation sector. If we use zero or net carbon emission fuel or energy, it will contribute to the government's efforts in achieving carbon neutrality. And one key area is to promote green transport. The government will be ceasing the registration of fuel-propelled and hybrid private cars by 2035, and no importation of such cars will be allowed. And this is one way of preparing ourselves to achieve carbon neutrality. Of course, in terms of new energy transport, electric vehicles is the most popular form, but the prerequisite is that we should have chargers. According to the EPD, there are about 40,000 electric vehicles in Hong Kong, and yet only some 5,000 chargers in Hong Kong. That means one charger will have to be shared by 7 vehicles. In the Hong Kong roadmap on popularization of electric vehicles, the government lays down a target. It is expected that by 2050, altogether, 150,000 charging points can be installed in the parking spaces in government buildings and private residential premises. I hope that this target can be achieved so that at least half of the electric vehicles can have the charging points they need. We need to catch up, but new energy transport is not confined to electric vehicles. There is a new form of new energy transport, and that is hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. The government should prepare in advance for the emergence of new energy transport. For example, for hydrogen cell, this is a mature technology. In Japan, there are 4,000 such vehicles and 160 hydrogen refueling stations. And yet, in Hong Kong, the legal framework doesn't allow such vehicles to run on the roads of Hong Kong. In fact, the franchise bus company has introduced the first hydrogen fuel cell electric double-decker in Hong Kong, but because of the limitations of our laws, the vehicle cannot even conduct its trial on the roads of Hong Kong. This poses an obstacle to the development of hydrogen fuel cell commercial vehicles in Hong Kong. The government should amend the law as soon as possible. According to Presidency, one characteristic of modernization or Chinese modernization is the modernization that promotes coexistence of mankind and nature in harmony. And decarbonization is one key area in this regard. Promoting green transport is not just for improving people's quality of living or for tackling global warming. It also contributes to the modernization of our country. I so submit and I support Mr. Chan Sil-hong's motion. The meeting is suspended until 9 tomorrow morning.